The vast North American wilderness is home to evil forces thought only to exist in nightmares. But the terrible creatures that roam here are all too real. Some entities that haunt the land defy explanation. While others are steeped in rich, dark history and deadly legend.
I turn around to look, but I don't really want to turn around to look because I don't want to see what's there. I was scared enough that I could definitely feel my heart beating. I was nervous, I was shaking. Behind you!
It like shrieks this horrible, horrible sound.
Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! Kill it!
It felt like I was paralyzed, like I absolutely could not move or comprehend.
They will do everything in their power to grab you, to get you, to kill you, to eat you.
When a legend is born of a sinister history, it never dies.
Well, legends tend to form from the old world skill of telling stories through word of mouth before there was such thing as mass communication. And they go back eons.
A legend is a story that has been told over and over and over again. Something in that story has stuck in time. It's also maybe something that has happened that we're afraid of because it's a power beyond our understanding. There's a lot of things about legends that we do not understand. Consider these warnings. Stay away, otherwise you're entering at your own risk and taking life in your own hands.
This stretch of land in the backwoods of Canada has witnessed a number of grisly and horrific incidents. The most gruesome of which occurred decades ago. The locals call this highway Ghost Road.
Ghost Road is an infamous legend. There was a father in the midst of a messy divorce from his wife, and he had, at that point, had become semi-estranged from his kids. And he had gone out and taken them, and he drove them to that stretch of road. To death.
It's said the ghosts of the dead children now stalk this road, seeking justice for their demise. Yet, it is an even more disturbing incident that grips the imagination of the residents. The bloody death of a young thrill-seeker on this lonely highway.
As a youth, you're definitely aware of the legend.
Legend has it that Ghost Road is the site of a fatal motorcycle crash years ago. No one knows quite when.
There's a teenager who used to go into a local farmer's field and rip it up with his motorcycle. And the farmer got annoyed at this. He repositioned his barbed wire fence. fence ended up decapitating the kid.
But the legend doesn't end there.
His girlfriend had gone out shortly after he had died to kill herself. When she had committed suicide on the road. People quite often see her ghosts, like with the white dress flowing.
And she's not alone. According to folklore, her lover, the Ghost Rider, has also stalked the area ever since, hunting for vengeance.
People who go to Ghost Road claim that they view this motorcycle headlight coming towards them across the field.
And now, on a chilly October evening, Paul Nash and his friend Jordan have come to this fabled stretch of gravel to see if the chilling stories are true. But perhaps they have come searching for something that should be left alone.
So when Jordan and I went to Ghost Road, it was Thanksgiving weekend. And it was sort of a typical Thanksgiving weekend in Northern Ontario. The air was cold, it sort of smelled of dead leaves. And definitely farmer's country. You could smell like burning yard waste. And it sort of had that sort of mist feel about it.
Both have been instructed on what to do in order to entice the spirit of the Ghost Rider.
When you pull over, you have to shut off the car, turn off the lights to make sure there's no ambient light or noise.
We're really gonna wait out here all night?
Yes, we are going to wait out here all night. That's why we came out here.
If you park where you can see the farmer's field, you would see the light of the motorcycle going across. Jordan fancied herself a ghost expert really describes a lot of who Jordan was. Like, she was deeply interested in stuff like this. Jordan was normally sort of a wired person, so she was definitely on edge when we got out there.
You gotta be quiet.
If you hear something bad at a location, there's a natural curiosity of going to investigate. It's all in us. However, unless you're experienced or you have the proper equipment, I highly don't recommend it because it's not safe.
I mean, like, I wouldn't exactly say I'm a non-believer, but I wasn't a believer either. I'm sort of, I need evidence. When you go out there, I mean, you're psyching yourself.
Did you?
You're aware of the stories, you're aware that it's there. So you're already a bit on edge. I mean, believe it or not. I mean, old country road in the middle of October, you pull over and turn off the lights. I think anybody would be scared. Definitely the type of thing that makes your hair stand on end. It was definitely the perfect night to see a ghost.
And it appears the spirit of the dead motorcyclist is in sync with that sentiment.
It sort of appears as a small light hovering in the middle of the field.
They see the light, but it's not moving across the field in the distance.
Let's go!
It's coming right for them. This lonely stretch of rural Canadian highway is steeped in bloody legend. Children that have been burned alive. A gruesome decapitation. And a bloody suicide. And now the spirits of all those victims torment the land. The locals call it Ghost Road, and every now and then, someone comes out here looking for a thrill.
The dangerous part about seeking any paranormal or ghost location is typically it's done at night. It's not safe. Let's assume that ghosts are real and they do not want to be bothered. If you bother them in their natural state, you know, they will cause harm.
Paul and Jordan have driven to the deserted road in the middle of the night in search of the legendary ghost rider that haunts the area. Now, to their horror, he's heading right for them.
And then it starts rather rapidly and coming towards you.
It's not working! It's not working!
And then it disappears.
He was just there.
I don't see him.
We're both on edge, just waiting for something to happen.
He may have vanished, but he's not done with them yet. The Phantom Rider appears to be toying with these two. But why? This is not how the sighting is supposed to go.
Heart rate's definitely up. Definitely a bit of fear. Sort of the fear you get when you're confronting something you don't know.
Tonight, he isn't the only spirit who's come out to play.
Three ghosts just walked out of the ditch on the side of the road.
Let's go! This is not working!
The ghosts of the murdered children and the dead girl have them surrounded.
It was chilling.
And now, the Ghost Rider is returning as well.
What I find about places with multiple layers of hauntings, say different eras, is not all of them are friendly. They usually show some form of aggression, and it can be as tame as swear words, right up to physical interaction.
So we sort of felt the car shake and heard a noise, and we looked back and had actually gotten up on the trunk of Jordan's car.
Let's go!
It was scary because they didn't really fulfill what you imagine an actual ghost to be. It was more real, it was more solid, like they were there, they were present, and they were like real people. To the point where the three of them are rocking the car. Is it something where we're gonna end up getting hurt, right? Like where they're actually coming to actually hurt us. Jordan started the car in hopes that they would jump off the back. Of course, it didn't happen, so she was getting frustrated, and she would just sort of like step on it and pull the car forward type thing to try and shake them off, and it wasn't working. They weren't reacting.
Paul and Jordan have undertaken an adventure they shouldn't have. And now, they're paying a bloody price.
It's quite terrifying.
Paul and Jordan went out looking for a legendary ghost. And found him. Unfortunately, he brought along some friends. Now, they're trapped in the car
Not working!
and under attack by all of those who died on this very road.
We definitely weren't expecting anything more than the boy in the motorcycle. We weren't expecting to, witness ghost children or the woman in white or anything outside of what the actual legend says.
I believe that it's very common for ghosts and spirits to work together. I feel that they're possibly one and the same.
I'm getting out. What else are we gonna do?
Paul believes there's only one thing he can do. Leave the vehicle and face these apparitions head on.
I just said, okay, well, I guess I'm gonna have to go out and look at them. I open the car door, and I get out, and I turn around to look at the back to confront them, and there's nobody sitting on the trunk of the car.
The ghosts have disappeared. But are they gone?
At that point, I'm terrified. Either they really got off the car and ran quickly into the ditch, or there's something bigger going on.
Paul fears the legendary spirits could be preparing for an even greater attack.
I mean, at this point, I was scared, without question. I was scared enough that I could definitely feel my heart beating. I was nervous, I was shaking.
As Paul searches the field for ghosts, Jordan is left alone inside the car, scared out of her mind, gripped by an overpowering sense of danger.
Terrifying to begin with. And so it's sort of the thing where I turn around to look, but I don't really want to turn around to look because I don't want to see what's there.
Stop the car! It's not working!
She was terrified. I mean, I can still sort of remember you can remember the tone of her voice when she screamed.
Jordan gets the car started, but it's no guarantee they'll make it out of here alive.
My mind's racing, and Jordan's driving the car probably, twice the speed limit to get out of there, and she's not thinking rationally either.
The Ghost Rider isn't about to let them go so easily.
Did you see that?
So as we're driving away, and we turn away from Ghost Road, on the corner, I see a woman in white.
The phantom suicide victim gives them a final warning. Don't come back. Paul and Jordan escape Ghost Road, leaving the blood-chilling apparitions behind. Both vow never to return. And now, Josh McFarland is going to have his own encounter with an ancient and deadly legend.
Move, move, move!
A legend should always be taken seriously. There could be truth, there could be something going on that we don't understand, so we need to tread lightly in case it's a part of something bigger that we don't understand.
The thought that it was hunting us was truly horrible.
The horrors of Ghost Road are exclusive to that small, rural area. But some deadly legends are woven into the foundation of an entire culture.
At first, I didn't really ever believe them. It sounds like a regional boogeyman type story. You know, they describe them almost as like these monsters in the desert that I never really bought into until I saw what I saw that night.
Arizona is a land rich in mythology. Many of the most extraordinary stories come from the Navajo Nation, who today have made the small city of Window Rock their capital.
They say that the Window Rock itself holds a lot of spiritual energy for the Navajo's culture.
Apparently, a giant serpent savaged the people here until their god punched a hole in the mountain for it to slither through and disappear. But there is something else stalking this land. A creature so terrifying, most refuse to speak its name aloud. Tonight, Josh is venturing out into the heart of the legendary creature's territory.
It's something everyone knows about, but no one really talks about. Part of the superstition is, like, you don't talk about it. They gain some of their power from having people take notice of them and having people interested in them. Talking about them invites them to take an interest in you.
And it's not only the Navajo who take the story seriously. Paranormal investigators know that legendary monsters can be rooted in terrible truths and understand how dangerous it is to come across one.
Depending on how horrific the legend itself is, the dangers can range from very weak and no danger to extreme dangers in the case of legends concerning particularly nasty, malicious creatures of any kind, not just spirits, but cryptids and physical creatures.
And just like the Garden of Eden, the most beautiful landscape can hide a vicious creature.
It almost feels like there's there's two sides to every coin. They talk about the good energy or the good shamanistic thing. It almost feels like, in the area, it almost makes sense that there'd be something kind of sinister to, like, almost protect itself.
Legends just aren't stories. They could be warnings from our ancestors. They've seen stuff that we may not have experienced before. They might be just letting us know what's about to happen or what's yet to come.
Josh McFarland is not Navajo, but like everyone in these parts, he's heard that a mythical beast stalks these lands. He's never given it much thought, until now. Tonight, he and his father are driving down this dark road, miles away from the nearest town.
My dad owned and operated a small delivery service in and around the area, taking small packages out to rural settlements it's too much of a hassle for the larger companies. It was definitely not uncommon at all for us to be driving, like, very, very far from civilization. Snakes, horned lizards, but you definitely wouldn't want to find yourself alone at night in that area. We had gotten a call to install a large screen television in a house just outside of Window Rock. I always enjoyed the trips because it's just beautiful landscapes out there. During the nighttime, it's almost absolutely pitch unless there's a full moon. If you're driving down the highway, you pretty much can only see the areas in your headlights.
Suddenly, Josh senses the area may not be as deserted as it seems.
When you're in the desert at night, sometimes you get this feeling like something's out there with you. You know, you can kind of feel that there's something watching you.
If something else is out there, at least they're not entirely on their own.
Thanks for taking along.
Man, it's been too long since I've been up here.
The reason David was with us when we got the call to go out to Window Rock for this particular delivery, he was there and he's like, oh, you know, I have family in Window Rock. We should all go together and kind of make a trip out of it. David and his entire family are Navajo.
About time he learned the truth about his daddy, don't you think?
We had a couple of other pieces of freight in the truck with us, so David took their truck and they convoyed, and we were communicating back and forth with walkie-talkies just to kind of keep it fun, you know, make it more of a trip together as opposed to, you know, just us following one another.
However, the fun doesn't last long.
What is that? Hey, you see that up ahead?
As we're coming down the highway, we can kind of see what appears to be a very large black or brown dog. As we get closer and closer, we can kind of see that it's got this brown, wiry, kind of matted fur. Looks like it could almost be covered in like a dried blood. It turns and it looks at us, and it's got this it's like a face. It's like a person's face stretched over like a bear's skull. Its eyes were like jet black, just holes in the human mask. Just these jet black eyes peering through. And while it, like the expression in the eyes was almost angry, the look on the face was more one of like pain and agony. I'm sorry. It's still kind of hard for me to talk about.
Whatever this creature before them is, it has its sights set on Josh and his father.
My dad kind of looks at me, and I look at him, and it was almost a look like, is this really happening right now? It like shrieks this horrible, horrible sound.
Now that the beast sees them, there's no escape. Josh, his father, and their friend David are traveling a deserted road in the heart of Navajo country, rumored to be stalked by an ancient beast. And now, they are stopped in the middle of nowhere, just a few feet away from it.
I've only seen that face on my father a few times, both times when his parents died, and then that night. And it was just this face like, I want to tell you everything's gonna be okay, but I don't know. I just remember him giving me that look.
David is the only one of the three who is Navajo. He knows what this creature is, and he knows how much danger they're in.
Just go back in the car.
The terrified look on David's face tells them it's something to be very afraid of, and that they need to return to their vehicles now.
Hit it with your car. Put the pedal to the metal and hit it now.
I said, you have to speed up. You have to hit that thing. That is not a dog. You have to. He started becoming hysterical, screaming, you have to hit it. You have to hit that thing.
Kill it, kill it, kill it.
We start to realize this thing is huge. I remember not screaming. Nothing was said, and just 10 and 2 on the steering wheel, just accelerating as fast as we could. And I'm ready for impact. Just then it like shrieks this horrible, horrible sound. We were inches from hitting it. And then it jumps back off into the blackness, and I couldn't see it again.
Do you see it? Do you see it?
It was unnatural. I mean, it's sitting in the dead center of the highway, and it's able to clear a whole lane, plus, you know, the little ditch off to the side that separates the road from the barbed wire fence. I've never seen it. It was absolutely unnatural.
When Josh and his father ask David what they saw, they get a blood-curdling answer. It's a skinwalker.
The skinwalker is it's a legend from the Navajo people that is predominantly around the southwestern United States. A skinwalker is a shaman or a medicine man that has begun practicing the evil side of shamanism that involves mostly taking shape, shifting shape. It's a shapeshifter. Someone who can change from a human to an animal.
A skinwalker is also known as a Navajo witch. They're known to be harmful. The legend describes them as being some sort of an animal-like humanoid.
They're like a magical practitioner, like a shaman that's started to practice like a blood magic or a black magic.
Not all Navajo shamans are evil, but those who pursue dark magic or dark energy could be potentially really dangerous.
And there's a sinister reason why it is after these innocent travelers.
Once a skinwalker has you in his scent, they will do everything in their power to grab you, to get you, to kill you, to eat you.
In order to gain their power, they have to commit some kind of serious cultural taboo or crime, you know, killing an infant or cannibalizing a family member, something truly heinous to like gain the power to being able to shapeshift, and that's what a skinwalker is.
Once it has consumed their flesh, it must wear the skin of its victim, even if it has peeled off a human being.
And that's where the term skinwalker actually comes from. In order to continue to change shape, they have to continue practicing whatever sort of dark taboo they initially broke in the first place. So if if they were to gain their abilities through consuming someone's flesh and cannibalizing them, then to keep their powers, they would have to continue breaking those taboos.
Fresh human flesh. David believes the skinwalker was hunting for its next prey when Josh and his father came along. Right now, they all feel lucky to have escaped. But they aren't out of the woods yet. Not even close. The skinwalker is back and chasing their vehicle. He has acquired their scent, and there is no stopping him.
According to legend, Skinwalker must eat human flesh in order to continue and maintain its power. Once they eat, they need to continue to eat to increase their power. I would consider them to be extremely dangerous. They're the equivalent to a rabid dog who is hungry and will do anything they need to get their prey.
Josh, his father, and their friend David are being chased by the legendary Skinwalker, which needs a fresh kill to maintain its power.
Can you guys see it anywhere?
David was still freaking out over the radio. He kept saying, we have to go faster. We have to get out of here. It is following us. We have to leave right now.
Just jumped out of the way. Where is it? Is it behind us?
This horrible, freakish creature could actually be following us and keeping pace with our vehicle, you know, on the highway. The thought that it was hunting us was truly horrible. He kept saying, it's following us, we have to get out of here, we have to go faster. He kept repeating that last part, we have to go faster and we have to get out of here. That was one of the worst parts, honestly, because David's a very stoic man, you know, but to hear him freak out and to start screaming over the radio, you know, obscenities, we have to get out of here, we have to leave, it absolutely put my mind in panic mode. I didn't know what was gonna happen. At that moment, I remember I can feel that I'm trembling. My heart is racing. My vision's kind of feeling blurred almost. Like, I'm freaking out. I start hyperventilating. My dad's trying to comfort me, you know, it's okay, we're gonna make it out of here. We just have to drive faster. And then at that point, we were hauling ass across the desert, and we get pulled over by a Navajo reservation police officer. As we're pulling over, David is behind us, so he pulls in with us, and this obviously makes the officer very nervous. He exits his vehicle with his hand on his holster.
Going a little fast tonight. In a rush to go somewhere?
There's a skinwalker.
Can you turn the car off for me, please?
There's a skinwalker. We gotta get out of here.
And I remember the officer, a Navajo man himself, he just turns white. He had that same look on his face like, is this really happening right now?
Follow me, guys.
The officer knows that they shouldn't be stuck in the middle of nowhere with a skinwalker, let alone say the name out loud.
In Navajo culture, the skinwalker legend is taken very seriously. They do not talk with anyone outside, as they feel that it will give its source of energy to the skinwalker.
With the police escort in tow, should the skinwalker reappear, Josh, his father, and David put the pedal to the metal.
And we hightailed it all the way back to Farmington at that speed. Seeing the city lights of Farmington really actually did put my mind at ease, but David was still calling over the radio like, you guys have to come over to our house right after we get back, like you can't go home alone. And he goes back into his bedroom and he's rummaging around for something I guess his grandmother gave him.
Josh, look, I see you now, okay? All right, it's gonna come for you. You need to keep this, all right? You listen to me, you keep this.
Yeah, he just very panicked, you know, kind of shoved it into my hand and said, you have to keep this in your house or they can, it's like if you don't have this, they'll be invited in. It was like I believe it was a small eagle feather, maybe a couple inches long. It had twine, red and white twine wrapped around the base of it. I only saw it that one time for just a brief second because my dad took it and put it in his jacket pocket.
Listen. I've seen you now, okay? All right, it's gonna come for you.
According to legend, if you hold a charm, it will stop the skinwalker from coming to you, but you need to hold on to it. As soon as you let it go, it will come back. They would be extremely lucky for getting away from the skinwalker as they did. Thankfully, they had a vehicle. Right, now they have to be careful, they need to hold on to the charm, and they need to protect themselves from it. If they lose the charm, the skinwalker's gonna come right back for them.
With the precious charm in their hands, Josh and his father pray they are safe as they speed home.
Several Navajo people that I know are always very adamant not to go in the desert at night, not by yourself, especially biligonas like myself or white people like myself are supposedly at risk in those areas. That conveys just how terrifying and freaky the incident was. I absolutely believe that there has to be some truth to the legends if, you know, all these people, not just myself, but several people I know claim to have at least seen something weird in the desert.
Josh is still haunted by the experience and fears the consequence of telling his story.
It still kind of messes with me, the thought that, you know, I mean, even talking about it right now, I still think about, you know, how speaking about them supposedly gives them power. I mean, how much power am I giving them right now? I'm glad that I live in town and not on the outskirts. And right now I'm still living in my dad's house, so if he does have that totem tucked away somewhere, I do feel safe, at least hoping that it's there. Just outside my window looks fairly similar to the window rock area. Yeah, I would definitely find myself laying awake, staring at my window, like hoping that something isn't right on the other side.
Like Josh and his father, Paul and Jordan's terrifying encounter with the legend of Ghost Road has had a lasting impact on them. Paul has avoided the area ever since.
I accept that there's stuff that I can't explain, and stuff that I can't explain terrifies me. The memory of that night is still pretty thick. It definitely comes around Thanksgiving every year, so the smell of leaves, the cold in the air will always remind me. So I've never gone back to Ghost Road, and there's a good chance that I never would.
The vast North American wilderness is home to evil forces thought only to exist in nightmares. But the terrible creatures that roam here are all too real. Professional ghost hunters exploring haunted areas are prepared for anything.
The cave should just be up that way.
But that still won't save them.
It snapped in my head we're going to get killed.
The voice had told us to go back. We didn't listen. If you're there alone, you're doomed.
Hunting for spirits is a dangerous occupation, even for those who devote their lives to it.
I definitely believe that there's things out here that I don't think we'll ever really fully understand.
There are inherent dangers and risks going into this field. You're entering a territory of someone or something that you just can't perceive. So you have to be very careful.
Brian, Jesse, and Becky are dedicated paranormal investigators.
My team's called Phantom Elite Paranormal. We not only just hunt ghosts, it's anything from the occult to experiences people are dealing with and just don't understand.
Being part of a professional group does not make one immune to the dangers. Something could go south very quickly.
Tonight, the team is heading into the fabled ruins of the Maribel Hotel in Wisconsin. The site is linked to one of America's most notorious criminals.
This place has an eerie, dark history, all the way to Al Capone, the gangster.
So the hotel was built in the 1800s, once owned by Al Capone. History tells us that a lot of gruesome deaths have happened in this location.
Some say Al Capone brutally murdered dozens of people, stuck their corpses inside whiskey barrels, and buried them in the many caves scattered around the area. The hotel burned to the ground years ago, but the ghosts of Capone's victims are said to haunt the land. Jesse and his colleagues have come seeking them.
We had been looking for an intriguing case to go investigate, and this really drew us in.
Ready?
Yeah, let's do this.
You guys know what they call this place, right?
Yeah. The locals have a nickname for this place, and it's called Hotel Hell.
People have seen figures and flames and dark entities.
What's the matter, Beck? Want to take a pass on this one?
It's supposed to have like a portal to hell.
Come on, it'll be cool. Take an hour, tops.
Yeah, there's 3 of us. It's gonna be fine.
Okay, let's do this.
We expected just another normal hike, but what ended up happening was just phenomenal.
The team realizes they're not the only ones exploring the grounds tonight.
Looks like there's somebody else here. Probably just some kids.
A lot of times hauntings are connected to the people, and other times it's connected to the places that you're at. The buildings aren't there anymore. That doesn't matter to them. The energy of that place is still the same.
Hey, you coming?
The area that surrounds Maribel is just woods.
As they venture into the dark forest, the investigators attempt to contact the victims of Al Capone.
The whole onslaught of paranormal research and looking for physical evidence has developed a lot of different types of technology.
Give me the box.
A ghost box is just a plain old radio that scans through radio frequencies. Now, EVPs or spirits supposedly are supposed to talk through the ghost box.
Hello. Is anything out here?
Just try to go right off the bat and just trying to get something to respond with our equipment.
Hello. Is anything out here with us?
And nothing. We didn't get anything.
The cave should just be up that way. Okay, let's go. Hello?
We start going down the path.
Get down!
All of a sudden, you hear these kids. They're screaming for their life.
Whoever got here ahead of them now regrets it.
It sounded like somebody was getting murdered, basically. Just blood-curdling scream.
We heard kids screaming. We had no idea what was going on.
We could see these kids running, booking to their cars.
It turns out some teenagers came looking for a bit of fun and paid the price for it.
The thrill-seeking people come in on a Saturday night, and it's been too horrific, too scary for them.
Brian doesn't let himself become distracted from the mission to contact the spirits of the dead.
Hello. Is anything out here with us?
A ghost is the soul of someone that has come out of the body. And when we come out of our body, we have free will here. So we have a choice to either cross over and go into the light, or we can choose to stay here.
Guys, I think we should go back.
Did you guys hear that?
It definitely did feel like something was watching us. We all felt uneasy.
What the hell was that?
I heard some weird noises.
You guys hear that? Yeah.
Once we did get closer to the caves, I don't know, I just kept on hearing noises, like something was either walking around in the brush or throwing sticks.
Oh my God. Al Capone. Do you know him?
It wasn't until I brought up Al Capone that things actually start interacting with us out there.
Do you know Al Capone? Al Capone. Do you know him?
Now, the team gets a ghostly warning.
Did Al Capone bury your body in the caves?
Go back. Just plain as day words coming through the ghost box.
The voice was a little bit deep. It wasn't really clear at first.
Go back.
It told us to go back, and we didn't listen.
What's wrong? Brian, are you okay? What's wrong? What's going on? Brian, are you okay?
You have to stay humble when dealing with paranormal activity. You don't know what you're going into. You don't know what risks are at stake.
Brian, Jesse, and Becky are a team of paranormal investigators venturing into the grounds of the Maribel Hotel, a haunted landmark once owned by the infamous gangster Al Capone.
How was that?
But before they even reach the ruins, the ghost of one of Capone's victims is warning them away.
Ghosts, they don't want to be bothered. They don't want to be harmed. They're just doing their thing. You're coming into their place. You know, you're in their house, get out.
Al Capone, do you know him?
Trying to determine what was going on, you know, we're trying to get answers. Go back.
A voice had told us to go back.
Go back.
Did Al Capone bury your body in the caves?
Go back.
Suddenly, Brian is overcome.
Brian, are you okay? What's going on?
The spirit energy is too much for their equipment to handle.
Something touched me on the back.
Brian! Are you okay? Brian, say something!
Oh my God,
What's wrong?
burning!
Oh my God! What's on your back? Brian, take off your jacket!
Where I was touched, there was a mark on my back of a handprint.
Oh my God! What's on your back? Oh my gosh! Brian! Are you okay?
No.
It was a pretty bad idea not to listen to the voice.
Okay, I've had enough. Let's get out of here.
Let's go. Let's go!
We just wanted to get back to the car. We thought the night was over.
It's clear to the team why the teenagers fled the area. They try to do the same, but find they can't.
So we're walking, and it seemed forever. It seemed like forever.
What the hell? We were just here.
Are we lost? Don't tell me that we're lost.
We were all disoriented and just had no clue where we were.
One of the tactics spirits incorporate is messing with us through misdirection. I wouldn't be surprised if there were entities who took great pleasure out of doing this kind of thing.
We were just like panicking. We didn't know where we were. We should be back to the main path by now.
I don't recognize any of this.
Why is this taking so long?
There may be even more sinister reasons why the investigators are being led astray.
It's that way.
Worst cases, that could become a trap.
It's that way.
It got weird and everything got heavy.
Let's go.
As they are pulled even deeper into the woods, the sense of dread and danger grows stronger.
I I think that the voice was warning us, and because we didn't listen to it, it drew us towards it.
I feel like that we're being watched this whole entire time, like something just is not right about this.
Where are we?
I feel like we're walking in circles.
It's around here somewhere. It's that way. Let's look at the map.
It's hard to explain what was really going on at that moment. We were lost. We felt like we had no sense of direction. I don't recognize any of this.
The parking lot should be here.
We're all just standing around, like, getting out a map, trying to figure out where we were and how to get back to the car.
Guys.
Soon they arrive at the very destination they sought to avoid.
What is that?
Must be the hotel. But how? That's Hotel Hell.
We were just shocked that the hotel ruins were like right there as we stepped out of this clearing.
Was not expecting to end up at the hotel.
I'm like, holy, are we actually at the hotel?
Inexplicably, they find themselves guests at the Maribel, and something evil has come to greet them.
And all of a sudden, I just see this huge black thing, like, come out of the door. I usually don't see things, so I was pretty freaked out over it.
I really thought we're going to get killed.
When you go into a location as an investigator, they have to be very careful.
A team of paranormal investigators are trying to get as far away as possible from Hotel Hell. Instead, a demonic force has led them right to it.
Guys, it was a little harder to breathe the closer we got to the hotel.
This place felt definitely dark. It had a weird vibe to it.
We shouldn't be here. We shouldn't be here. How did we get here? And all of a sudden, I just see this huge black thing.
Oh my God, what's it?
It was just huge. It took up the entire doorway. It was a dark spirit. It was dark energy. I don't really know how to explain it any more than that.
Like, this is what those kids are running from. They seen this 8-foot-tall dark guy. Weird fear just like took over. I can't explain it. And I can't express what I felt. Just terror.
It's coming this way. We gotta get out.
Oh my God.
Putting two and two together, it was time to get back to someplace safe.
The crew retreats. Yet for now, they can't bring themselves to completely abandon the mission.
I did not feel like it was really a great idea to stay out here when we could become a target.
Ghosts will create situations that make people emit fear.
Can you hear us?
Could this be the ghost of one of Al Capone's victims? If it is, the team has no idea why it lured them to the ruins. ignore what it wants from them.
That's what I think evil is. Someone who goes into that negativity, goes into that darkness, and it can go to extreme levels.
I was adamant that we needed to leave, and we needed to leave now.
It was a fight for life. I'm like, run, let's get out of here.
We took off down the trail. Brian, he doesn't run from anything, so the fact that he's booking it down the trail, I know we're in trouble. We took off running.
Just when it seems like things can't get any worse, the entity transforms into something even more malicious and deadly.
When the entity takes on a human form, it expends a lot of energy. And sometimes it will morph into a pure form, and in this form, they're considered to be more dangerous.
Brian saw a light floating down the path at us.
Lights were glowing as they're coming towards us.
Entities or paranormal spirits manifest themselves as balls of light, and I think that's what this light was that came down the path. I think it was the manifestation of that dark entity that Becky saw go through the doorway. So we head back running to the cars. At this point, we're terrified. Whatever is chasing us was probably not good.
They want to believe that there's life after death, finding substantial proof that when we die, something else happens.
Hello.
It's natural for us to be curious about these things.
Is anything out here?
It's spooky. Sometimes we get a thrill from it. However, we're meddling with something. And it's extremely dangerous.
Paranormal investigators Brian, Jesse, and Becky have the tables turned. When the ghosts they were hunting come after them.
Go.
We could see the edge where the parking lot is, and the edge where the light was shining.
Getting to that light was like our only safety.
I stop and I look back, put my hand up, and I visualize myself stopping whatever it was from following us energy-wise. I yell out,
No further, you hear? You stay out there, you hear?
Almost immediately, we got a response from the darkness. This piercing growl out of the darkness was a reply to me threatening it.
Brian's tactic appears to work.
It felt like whatever was chasing us was staying at the end of the path.
Go.
We threw our equipment in the vehicle as quickly as we could.
Whatever it was, definitely did not like what we were doing out there.
Regardless, we got in the vehicle as quick as we could and headed back home.
The Phantom Elite Paranormal team survives their blood-chilling experience at Hotel Hell. But it isn't enough to scare these professionals out of the woods for good. 1 year later, Brian and Jesse are about to tempt fate again in the pursuit of another evil spirit. And this time, they bring another new member, Deborah.
I believe in just about anything. I think you have to keep an open mind because you really don't know until you see it. Once you see it, it can't really be unseen.
So Mary Dean, Wisconsin is thought to be haunted by the spirit of Mary Dean.
Mary Dean is said to have lived in the early 1900s. One version of the legend says she was jilted by her lover and committed suicide in the nearby lake. But death didn't end her anger. It only made her vengeful. Now she haunts the forest along the shores looking for victims.
Mary Dean was a passenger on board a steamship coming up from the Chippewa River who died suddenly and was buried on shore. The flood eventually washed the body away, and they say that her spirit continually roams around the island. According to legend, Mary Dean is said to be a ghost that lures people directly to their death.
It's like they're just attracted and compelled to go into the water and potentially die. There's a lot of accounts of death out there.
There are ghosts that are what I would call isolationists. They will take refuge in nature. Some ghosts choose to be near water because they can actually draw energy from that. They sometimes have a hard time leaving that. And it's part of the soul's journey to learn how to let go.
It reminded me of a siren. There was so much that intrigued me about this particular place.
It's dark and the wind's picking up.
Figure we've got about an hour before the rain hits.
And it's thundering and very windy. Crazy, the lightning was so bright and it was so long in the horizon.
So more like half an hour to me. In the rain, I mean.
What? Scared of a little rain? Come on. So where do you want to start? Let's try the ghost box.
Once again, the team turns to their trusted equipment in their search.
EVPs, it's just the white noise that generates, and the spirits use that noise to communicate with us.
This way. Mary Dean, are you out here?
We were having trouble getting any reliable readings off of a lot of our equipment. We assumed it was from the storm. Some of that stuff can be affected by that.
The trio may have issues making contact, but the same doesn't appear true of their target. Almost immediately, Mary Dean begins the game, separating the team one by one.
Brian started having signs of something affecting him severely right away, and he takes off running into the woods.
Brian? Brian!
That probably was our first sign that something bad was happening.
Dad, wait here! Going after Brian!
I believe he actually suffered some form of possession while we were there investigating.
Older ghosts have more experience in manipulating energy, and so the more experience they have, the more things that they can do with their energy.
Brian, where are you? We're getting separated.
Being possessed is not something that is very common, but it does happen.
I'm following him. I don't want him to go wandering off into the woods by himself in the middle of a storm.
Deborah is left alone and soon feels something malevolent going to work on her.
In the same way that people display a range of emotions, ghosts do as well. A ghost may have an attraction to one person. ghosts will single out people for various reasons.
I can hardly even describe the energy that was going on there. And there was a pull. I was drawn the other way very badly. It was so mixed up, so strong.
In Deb's case, something was attracted to her energy and her frequency and decided she would be the one to take away and hypnotize. Something about her character, her makeup as a person, was attractive to the spirit.
Meanwhile, Jesse continues after Brian.
Brian was acting weird. This was out of his behavior to just go running off into the woods without anybody else there.
Jesse fears Mary Dean has taken a hold of his colleague and is entrancing him to a grisly end.
Brian?
The way Brian was acting erratically, running into the woods, it definitely felt like maybe he was being some way possessed
Brian!
by the spirit of Mary Dean.
Brian?
If I would have just left him, he probably would have just completely disappeared.
Brian! Brian!
And finally, at that point, I was able to snap Brian out of it from whatever type of possession was going on, making him so frantic.
Jesse? All of a sudden, I'm like, where's Deb? Jesse's like, I don't know.
Deb? Deb!
Considering yourself a professional in the paranormal investigating world doesn't make you immune to danger. We're just at risk as everyone else.
Brian, Jesse, and Deborah are a team of professional paranormal investigators who have come searching for the legendary ghost of Mary Dean, an evil spirit known to lure people to their deaths. She first sent Brian running off madly through the forest.
Brian!
He very well could have died from falling, breaking his neck.
Hey, Brian, where are you? We're getting separated.
Or just the spirit of Mary Dean straight out killing him.
And now, the wicked entity has set her sights on Deborah.
Each situation of haunting and possession can be very different depending on who the person is and how they handle the fear.
Brian! Brian!
Jesse?
Where's Deb?
The feeling of, oh my God, you know, these people trust me. I just lost somebody.
Deb! Deb! Deb, can you hear us?
We had lost one person that was doing the investigation with us. We didn't know where she was.
Deb! Deb! Answer us if you can! Deb! Brian, you gotta stop. You gotta stop.
She went out this way. I'm like, no, let's just go back to the vehicle.
Jesse's like, we need to go back. We need to go back. And I'm like, no, I'm gonna find her.
Deb! Where are you, Deb? Debbie!
So, trying to be logical about the whole situation, I mean, Brian could just purely been only concerned about our friend Deb's safety, but, you know, it wasn't logical that she had ran off into the woods.
Jesse suspects Brian hasn't actually rid himself of whatever force gripped him earlier, and that he's still under the sway of Mary Dean.
Deb! Deb! Can you hear us, Deb?
And he's not listening to me. He's just running into the woods, just screaming, yelling for her.
Deb! Where are you?
We have to find her.
I wasn't having any luck getting Brian to see reason, so I followed him.
Can't you feel that?
Brian was acting weird. He's a little more sensitive to paranormal things.
There's something out there.
At the time, I was still under the influence of whatever is going on.
I gotta get back to the parking lot, man.
I remember that Jesse, at that time, he's really trying to get me back to get to the car.
Wouldn't listen to me, trying to talk sense into getting back to the vehicle. So it definitely seemed like Brian was being pulled into or drawn into the woods by some unknown entity.
I think I wasn't looking for death. I think something wanted to be found out there.
With Brian acting crazy in general, it now had me completely scared and freaked out.
There's something out there. It's trying to pull us further away.
I'm still captivated by whatever is taking control of me.
Through all of this, Deborah is left on her own, an easy target for Mary Dean's deadly intentions.
All I heard was the wind and the rain and the thunder. It was crazy, crazy loud.
We leave kind of an opening for something else to step in. And so in those cases, souls of ghosts or earthbound spirits see that as an opportunity to actually step in to our physical realm. And that gives them the ability to have more interaction with the physical world. The one frustrating thing for a ghost is that they're not in the physical world anymore. So they're going to be seeking opportunities to reconnect with being able to touch and to feel.
Now the storm is rolling in full force.
Brian and Jesse finally catch up with Deborah, and now the real terror begins.
Did you see it? Did you see it? See what?
At one point, Brian thought he saw a figure of somebody standing.
That sense of dread, the scary feeling that I felt.
The sight of Mary Dean entrancing their friend is clearly visible to the terrified Brian, but not to Jesse.
Did you see it? See what?
Jesse doesn't see it.
After shining a light directly out there, I would have seen Mary Dean out there.
When your logical mind is engaged, it will tell you that things aren't there. That's because your logical mind is engaging and saying, there's nothing there.
It seems only Brian can see Mary Dean eagerly luring another victim to her demise.
Just wait.
There! And finally, at that point, I was able to snap out of it.
Now, the malevolent spirit is clearly visible to all, but it may be too late to stop her.
Just the fact that there's no one to help you. If you're being sucked into the spell, you're doomed.
A team of elite paranormal investigators has come seeking the murderous ghost of Mary Dean. Jesse has freed Brian from his possession at the spirit's hands, but then they realize their colleague Deborah is missing.
Deb, can you hear us?
The idea of spirits scares people. The big part of it is because people are afraid of what they can't see.
After searching the woods, they finally locate Deborah. But something's wrong.
The wind actually starts picking up.
Wait. Just wait. There!
And we saw like a flash, and finally at that point, we saw the figure of Mary Dean.
And it looks like Mary Dean is ready to lure another victim to her doom.
I really can't explain it. It was scary.
Deb! Deb!
I'm screaming on the top of my lungs. I don't understand. Even with the wind and stuff blowing up, she would have heard me.
And what happens is our defenses go down. Our ability to prevent that attack gets hindered.
Brian manages to sever Mary Dean's hold over his teammate.
I feel that if my team wasn't there, Deb could have just wandered right into the water.
Deb. Deb. Can you hear me?
At that moment, I'm relieved. Like, obviously, she's okay.
Can you hear me? What happened? No. Can you walk? Yeah.
But there's no telling if Mary Dean will return for them. So they decide to leave as fast as they can.
Tragic. I can't express the sadness of this whole entire story.
So it is really an important thing to have some reverence when you're going into these types of situations.
They think they're free, and that whatever spell Mary Dean cast on them has been broken. But the angry spirit isn't done with them yet.
If spirits don't want you there, or if they object to you being there, sometimes they'll follow you home, and that's simply a message. Don't mess with us, and don't come back. We don't want you there. You're not welcome. This is just a warning as to the kind of power that we have.
This thing just attacked me. It feels like somebody clawed my back. That's what it feels like.
Are you doing that? No!
I need to look at my back.
So we pulled up the back of his t-shirt, and there was this big red scratch across his back.
Are you doing that?
I feel burning on my back.
Brian was flinching in pain.
Come on! I know you're still out there!
It doesn't scare him, it just makes him angry. And he was yelling into the woods.
Come on! Come at me again!
You gotta stay humble. If you're doing an investigation, if you're gonna be cocky and arrogant, you're asking for it.
It's probably best, if you're an investigator, to pull out of the investigation altogether. It's not really a good idea, in my opinion, to confront them. You're not going to win that war.
I was lucky to have my team with me that day.
This location ended up being far more than what we ever expected, but what ended up happening was just phenomenal.
Let's go.
I was concerned, especially for Brian's safety, being he was the one getting attacked. So it was time to go and get away from this dangerous place.
The crew gets out alive. Their most frightening encounter since the terror-filled night among the ruins of the Maribel Hotel. Hotel Hell. When the ghosts they were hunting came hunting for them.
What the hell was that?
Stuff happens, but It's not the first time that messing with these things. Go back. Even no matter how experienced you are, can get out of control.
And it was just phenomenal. One of the craziest things that we've ever had happen to us as a team.
I definitely think that we were lucky to get away that night. The entity clearly wanted to harm us in some way. I honestly think the only thing that saved us was that we were there together and not alone.
Tonight, Brian, Jesse, and Deborah feel the same way.
Everything that's happened out here, all as a whole, I'd have to say that it was definitely like an omen to stay away from this place.
We haven't even gone back to Meriden, Wisconsin since.
The team has learned how easily ghost hunters can become the ones who are hunted. The vast North American wilderness is home to evil forces thought only to exist in nightmares. But the terrible creatures that roam here are all too real. Some of these horrific beings stalking the forest are flesh and blood. Others exist in a space between this world and the beyond.
Who's there?
I was kind of creeped out a little bit, just wondering if, what was following us. Did it follow us back, or did it stay there?
Ghosts feed off of that fear energy.
He slowly started to grin like the Joker on Batman. I was just kind of shocked about it.
When I saw it, I immediately got scared.
The dead may be buried, but that doesn't always mean they are gone.
A ghost or a spirit that finds themselves trapped, straddling realms between what we call the living and the afterlife. Those that intend to stay there are fine, and they're where they want to be. But sometimes there are ones that are trapped, they feel trapped. Ghosts can get dangerous.
Michelle Lopez and her family, husband Jason, children Shinar and Christopher, head up north to a rented cabin for a relaxing weekend.
The reason we took this trip to the cabin was in the summer, just to get away from the city, get some fresh air, quiet time, spend time with the kids. We actually picked the cabin because of its remote location. I thought this is perfect, there's like nobody around. It's very remote, just surrounded by woods.
But the woods can hold terrifying secrets, as the Lopez family knows all too well. Michelle and Jason have always had a deep interest in the paranormal. Both contend ghosts walk among us.
I believe that the spirits are here because some of them can't, for some reason, pass over. Something's keeping them here. They don't understand. They're lost here. They don't know how to get over. Sometimes they just need help.
Shortly after arriving at the cottage, they decide to head off on a paranormal adventure.
It was a bonus to find out that there was a cemetery not too far away, so we decided to go and check it out. Maybe we shouldn't have, but we did.
Go over there, I'm gonna take a picture. Smile.
Not everyone is up for the quest. Like her mother, Shinar is tuned into the ghost world, but it scares her.
Whenever there's a presence or of a spirit or something paranormal around, I can feel it. It's like when I'm like quiet and doing my own thing, I can feel it.
My daughter, she is terrified of anything to do with the paranormal.
Are you coming with us?
No, I'm gonna stay back here.
Are you sure? You never know what's out there. Old cemetery, old spirits.
Exactly. No way.
Okay, see you later.
The family makes their way into the woods and quickly realizes they are anything but deserted.
It was quiet, and I could hear footsteps. We thought, okay, maybe it's just like teenagers in the bushes, like messing around or whatever, right? So we were like, okay, whatever. So we just continued to walk. We're walking and we could hear it again. So we stopped and I told my husband, I'm like, you need to go check out the bush over there.
I think someone's following us. Can you go check?
Hello? Is anybody there? Hello? Hello? Is anybody there?
He's like, hello, hello. And he peeks around the bush and there's like absolutely nobody there.
There's nothing.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, well, that's weird. It wasn't even windy.
The trio carries on and finally arrives at their destination.
The cemetery was in a wooded area. It was quiet. There was no one else around. It was kind of spooky to be there. It was really old headstones. Some of them were from 1700s. A lot of them from the 1800s.
But this is no ordinary cemetery. They learn this burial spot is steeped in tragedy.
They have a plaque there that says, you know, it's a mass grave for all the cholera victims that died in the early 1900s. There was quite a few children's headstones. It was just sad, you know, seeing all the children's headstones there and realizing how they suffered and died there.
Those poor children.
Once again, Michelle, Jason, and Christopher get the sense they are not alone.
I could hear the rustling in the bushes and footsteps of what sounded like somebody behind us. We stopped and everybody was kind of nervous, you know.
Okay.
My son was like hiding behind me and we didn't want to have something happen to us or anything, right?
Sometimes a ghost will manifest involuntarily because something about what they're watching has triggered them. Those kinds of spirits usually come from a horrible accident, an unexpected death, a tragic death. They weren't ready to go before their time, so they have ended up in this realm.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Someone's here.
No, there's something here. I can feel it.
Sometimes I can feel certain things. I can't see them, but I can feel them. There was so much energy there.
Jason.
So the longer that we stayed like in the graveyard, the energy was just so much that it was, you could just feel it growing there.
Let's get going.
Everyone, my son and my husband were just getting to the point where they were starting to really get terrified. So we left. we would hear something that sounded like footsteps behind us, we would all stop, turn around. There'd be nothing there. My husband was getting goosebumps. My son was terrified.
We're definitely not alone.
My son was kind of freaked out. He was like, okay, I want to go back to the car and get the heck out of here.
What are you doing?
Don't turn around.
Michelle is afraid to look behind her, but still attempts to find out what's there.
We kept walking. I said, there's something behind us. I told my husband and I told my son, I'm like, don't turn around. I'm gonna take my camera, I'm gonna put it on my shoulder, and I'm just gonna snap a photo.
I want to get out of here.
Now that she has the photo, Michelle wants to leave as fast as possible.
And I actually said to my husband, okay, like, I think, okay, this is enough, because I thought I was literally gonna like just throw up everywhere. I started to feel nauseous and like I was gonna pass out.
It is possible to suffer a physical reaction to a spirit, especially if the person has a certain sensitivity, is emphatic or high sense of empathy. People like that who are particularly sensitive to that kind of thing tend to pick up on the sorrowful, angry vibes that the spirit might be producing.
And their night of terror is only just beginning.
Did it follow us back, or did it stay there?
Mom, look!
I didn't want it to be something malevolent that could hurt any of us.
Who's there? Who's there?
A spirit trapped between two realms can be very dangerous when it decides to haunt the living.
The phenomenon of haunting can affect people on many levels, not only mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, but also physically.
While on vacation in the country, Michelle and her family investigate a cemetery they think is deserted. It's not.
There's something here. I can feel it.
And now, Michelle is feeling the effects of the encounter.
We decided finally just to get the heck out of that place, out of the cemetery. And the whole entire time I felt like I was just gonna throw up.
I want to get out of here.
When we finally got back to the cabin, my husband was relieved that we were back.
When Shinar sees her mother, she knows something has happened.
I did not feel good. I was extremely nauseated.
Mom, what's wrong?
I need to rest.
What? Come on, come on.
I went up to her, and she's like, I don't know. I'm just gonna go lay down. I'm not feeling good.
And Shinar gets a powerful feeling that they have company.
I need to lay down.
The reason a ghost would follow somebody home is to simply convey a message. You've been on my territory, I know where you live, and I'm invading yours. Don't come back here. This is what I can do.
I was kind of creeped out. I was just wondering if, you know, what was following us. Did it follow us back, or did it stay there? I didn't want it to be something malevolent that could hurt any of us.
Michelle's concerns about whether something has followed her home are soon realized.
But then everything started up that night. I'm sitting there on the computer. My daughter was in her room, and my son was in bed. My daughter opened up her door. She froze.
Mom, look!
And she screamed, like, she points down and she's like, look. And this yellow toy construction hat starts spinning, like, really fast in circles.
I seen the hat spinning, like I was just like stuck, like I couldn't move at all. And it went flying down the hall.
What's going on?
grab the hat. I'm, checking the hat over. There's nothing on the hat. It's just a hat. It doesn't take batteries. It doesn't make sound. It doesn't make movement. Nothing.
There's nothing to worry about.
I hate it here!
She was so scared. She was just so terrified, and I couldn't even calm her down.
The night continues to get stranger. Whatever accompanied them from the cemetery turns its attention to Christopher.
Everything's okay, Christopher. Go back to bed.
Someone's knocking.
What?
Someone's knocking.
I'm like, Christopher, go back to bed. It's like 11 o'clock. No, Mom, somebody's knocking. I'm like, what are you talking about?
There's nothing there. Just go back to bed.
Can't you hear them? They're there.
But they don't register with Jason.
Kids are tuned very differently. They have the ability to see spirits. They have the ability to feel things that aren't there. They have the ability to hear things.
I'm like, okay. So I stood there. I'm like, okay, I'm going to wait here and I'm going to see if I can hear anything. So I stood there. I didn't hear a damn thing. Like, I don't hear anything. You can't hear it? He says to me. I'm like, I can't hear anything. He's like, they're knocking.
Christopher insists he can hear someone reaching out to him.
They want me.
My husband, he did go out the side door to see if there was something outside. I stayed in the house. I wasn't going outside because it is very dark. You can't even see your hand in front of your face when you're outside.
Who's there? Who's there?
There was nothing there. It was quiet out. You couldn't even hear a bird or nothing. It was just nighttime. It was pitch black.
Who's there?
Jason!
Jason can't see anything.
Who's there?
But the darkness is filled with the laughter of children.
Who's there? Who's there?
The ghost of a child could be dangerous when the ghost child were interacting with a living child. They might find something about the living child that upsets them, and they might push back.
The night is not over yet.
Mommy! Mommy!
The Lopez family went to an abandoned graveyard to look around. But now, something has followed them home and is reaching out to their son, Christopher.
Ghost children tend to be attracted to the children of the living because they can relate. They're more or less the same age, and because the ghost children are where they are, chances are they're confused about where they are. They passed away prematurely. They're probably wondering why no one can see them, but this living child can.
Christopher is woken from his sleep and compelled to his bedroom window.
What do you mean? Come back to bed.
There's 2 boys playing outside.
There's 2 boys. Seriously, you need to go to sleep. But I could see them. He's like, they have blonde hair. There's 2 of them. They have blonde hair. And I can see their shirts. They're wearing white shirts, but I can see through their shirts. It's like they're playing with my toys. It started to clue in that we probably had brought something back. Maybe it was trying to wake him up because he wanted to play. You know, maybe it was a child that wanted attention. He was lonely. You know, maybe something attached to him or whatever. There's something going on. And I wanted to find out what it was. I was just hoping that, you know, it was nothing that was going to harm any of us. And I decide, okay, I'm gonna get out my camera. I'm gonna check out all the photos that I took.
Desperate to protect her child, Michelle decides to get to the bottom of this encounter with the paranormal.
And I start going through the photos. One of the photos that I had taken by the cholera mass grave, you can clearly make out what looks like a child, blonde hair, squatted down on their knees, looking down like that, right behind the plaque. You can see a little blonde hair boy, and it looks like he's running. You can see his arms up like that. Like that. And I was like, oh my God.
The ghosts of the cholera victims have left the mass grave and stalked her son to his room. But what do they want?
They have a story to get across. There should be no surprise. The ghosts of children would accompany a family that included children amongst their brood. The spirits come from a horrible, unexpected, and tragic death. They weren't ready to go. They have ended up in this realm. They have kind of a foot in both realms, and they're not quite sure where they want to be or how to get out of it.
Stay here.
I was nervous for my son, yes. So for all of this to be happening towards him, I was scared for him because I didn't want him to get harmed in any way, obviously, because he's my child.
Michelle knows there's only one way to deal with the ghost.
You have to leave!
Confront it.
Sorry we bothered you!
And I said, whoever's here, if you followed us home, we apologize for bothering you in any way if we did. My son is frightened of you. You're not welcome in this house. We did not invite you here. You need to leave.
You're not welcome here! You can't have him! Do you hear me? You have to go! You have to leave now!
It's always interesting to me to see ghosts or earthbound spirits that are children. I've seen cases where children don't know that they're actually dead, where they won't cross over until someone says it's okay.
Go! Go now! Find peace somewhere else. Go now.
And just like that, the experience is over. But it has lasting effects.
Christopher was shaken up. That definitely shaken up. He was the only one that could see them, and nobody else could see them. To this day, he always says that he wants to go back, but then when it comes down to the time and the day to go, he wants absolutely nothing to do with actually being there.
The Lopez family left their ghosts behind. But Rocky Elmore is about to return to a haunted mountain where another spirit is trapped between this world and the next.
I've had people question me to what I saw that night. suggesting how I hallucinated or I imagined things. I did not imagine that. I was fully awake, and I know what I saw. And he was walking right toward me.
Not all spirits pass over to the other side. Some are trapped here on Earth.
Ghosts feed off of that fear energy. They feed off of depression. They feed off of chaos. They like that kind of energy. All ghosts are not bad. There are plenty of spirits that are good-natured. But there can be what you might call evil spirits. I call them negative spirits.
A ghost or a spirit that finds themselves trapped, straddling realms, do feel a sense of torment being in that state.
And this mountainside is full of apparitions, both good-natured and otherwise.
Well, it's been claimed by the locals that mountain is haunted.
Border agent Rocky Elmore has had his share of ghostly encounters, such as when his partner, Luis Santiago, was murdered.
In some cases, a ghost returns to where they died.
Santiago tried to contact Rocky from beyond the grave.
I asked myself many times, why would he be trying to contact me over the radio like that? Was it to say goodbye? Was it to tell me what happened?
Now, Rocky has a new partner and another tale to tell.
This story takes place on top of Otay Mountain, probably about 1/3 of a mile from a place called Doghouse Junction.
This mountainside has seen its share of death for over a century.
The area has had several aircraft crashes, medical helicopter, World War II airplanes.
There's just so many things that happen up on that mountain. We find skeletal remains up there almost on a monthly basis. We found dead bodies. There's a lot of death and misery on that mountain.
Tonight, Rocky and his partner Pat are on the hunt for a smuggler.
Pat and I had been sent up to the mountain. We were the only two anywhere near the peak of the mountain in Doghouse Junction.
There's times I've heard what could have been screams up on the mountain, and you can't tell if it's an animal or if it's a person. One of the remarkable things about being on that mountain is if you hear something, it may be coming from behind you, it may be in front of you. You can't determine where it is because the deep canyons, the sounds tend to echo and bounce around and disorient you. So if you hear a scream, you might be walking away from that scream, or you may be walking towards it.
We didn't come up with any footprints, no sign for anybody. We didn't hear anything.
I don't see anything, do you? All right, let's head back.
The fog sweeping over that just gave it really a horror movie. It would have been a perfect setting to film a horror movie there.
The nights that we would work in the fog, visibility is obviously very, very difficult. Your flashlights might play tricks around, shadows being cast, but typically you just can't see anything until you're right on top of something.
Heads up! It's nothing.
We hiked back up to our vehicles. Got back up there, and it's probably around 3 or 4 in the morning at that time. Pat said he wanted to know if it'd be okay if he took about a 15-minute nap and I would watch for him. So he dozed off for about 15 minutes and I watched everything.
I'm gonna grab some Z's, it's as good as time as any.
Rocky agrees. His partner dozes off. And that's when Rocky discovers that they are not the only ones on the mountain.
In the distance, I seen this figure coming up out of Copper Canyon, and he was walking right for us. And I quickly looked over at my partner, and he was still sawing logs. This figure actually seemed to be a Border Patrol agent. He looked like one of us at a distance. I thought I detected a gun belt and things on it like that. I thought it was a little bit strange because no one else was assigned up there.
Patrol, is anyone else out here with us?
I did wonder how could an agent be down in Copper Canyon and coming up.
If it's not another agent, Rocky has to find out who it is.
Lots of times you go into what we would call a dead zone where our radio communications wouldn't work. So we'd be literally on our own.
What exactly is Rocky chasing?
We couldn't call out for help if something went down, if something went bad.
The biggest danger with the fog for a Border Patrol agent is that as he's walking around, he'll get lost because he can't find his trails as easy, he can't find the landmarks as easy. We're reaching into darkness and grabbing people. Starting to think that, well, I probably should have woke my partner up. Obviously, this is a little bit more than what I thought it was.
The question is, who or what is Rocky chasing?
I got close enough to see his actual face. I thought he was about to speak to me.
Border Patrol agent Rocky Elmore has seen someone in the thick mountain fog. Is it a man or something else?
The idea of spirits scares people. So right off the bat, we're emitting fear. We're emitting that energy. And unfortunately, that's kind of the worst thing we can do if there is spirit activity, because that's what they feed off of.
Rocky is lured up the trail, away from his partner. Finally, he gets a good look at his target.
And as he got a little bit closer, it actually started to take the form of like a military, maybe in a jumpsuit, some kind of utility belt or something.
Rocky is face to face with a man in uniform who seems eerily out of place on the mountain.
I thought, well, I guess it would be possible that there could have been a plane crash, but nobody knew about it, and he survived it. It appeared to be a jumpsuit, kind of like what I've seen in some of the older war movies. He looked just like we would have.
But something's not right.
As he came toward me, he was walking totally silent. I did not hear footsteps. Considering the terrain, I should have heard the footsteps. The figure got closer and closer. And when he got probably about 10 feet out, when he got close enough to see his actual face, there was nothing unusual about it to give me any kind of clue of what was about to happen.
Ghosts tend to want to play with these strangers who've entered their world, entered their home, and have a bit of fun.
When he started to smile, I also started to speak to him. I thought he was about to speak to me. But within just a split second of the smile starting, it went much wider, kind of this ghoulish type grin at me. It was kind of like the Joker on Batman. That smile went way wide. Very, very shortly after that, his face began to glow. I don't know if my brain was able to catch up quickly enough with what was happening. And then he accelerated and vanished.
The apparition is gone.
The grin he gave me was like he was pulling a practical joke on me. Gotcha, you thought I was a real person and I'm only a spirit.
A ghost has its egos, a ghost has its attitudes, its addictions, its sense of humor. It still maintains everything that it had when it was a human being.
I don't know what I thought at the time or what I was feeling. I did what we always do. We get out the flashlight and start looking for footprints on the ground. And I looked all around, but there were no footprints for them. Then when I realized what had really happened and the significance of it, fear started to sweep over me. Come to the conclusion it was a spirit.
Rocky's partner slept through the whole ghostly encounter.
To this day, I've never told him what happened. You just don't talk about paranormal stuff in law enforcement.
He doesn't know what the Phantom Soldier wanted from him, who he was, or how long he has been trapped on that mountain. But it's possible he died decades ago when a plane crashed during World War II.
In the case of a spirit who finds themselves trapped, my feeling is that they would work on a plan to communicate with somebody among the living, bring attention to themselves. I'm here, please listen to me.
Rocky didn't choose to seek out the spirit trapped between two realms. It came to him. But Daniel Cumerlato has been fascinated by earthbound souls ever since he was a child, and has always wanted to reach out to them.
As a kid, I always loved ghost stories. You gotta believe that there's something. The idea of energy exists. So if you believe in energy, you should be able to believe in ghosts.
His interest in the paranormal follows him into adulthood.
One night we were a little bit bored, me and my wife at the time, so we decided to use a Ouija board. All the best stories start with a Ouija board.
So a Ouija board, or a spirit board, has been around the world since, I believe, ancient China. The Ouija board has been given a very bad rap over the years because most experiences of people using it turn out to be negative ones.
I had set up this little micro cassette recorder in the corner of the table, and we were doing the session, and I asked one question. Spirit, are you there? And it slowly went up to yes. Now afterwards, we listened to the microphone, and after I asked that question, you could hear in the microphone another voice. Wasn't mine, wasn't my wife's. It was another guy right up against the microphone saying, yes.
That one eerie incident sparks a lifetime of obsession and sends Daniel on a terrifying journey.
It's the one and only time that I saw something I couldn't explain.
Ghosts haunt the land, unable or unwilling to leave. Sometimes it's impossible to know what they want, and other times it's terrifyingly clear.
There's all sorts of different types of attachment for spirit. I've seen spirits that are connected to land because they're just very attached to it.
I don't believe that ghosts stay in our realm for no reason. I'm safe here, so I'm not going to risk going to purgatory or hell if I'm safe here. But they choose to remain straddling the realm of what we call the living and the afterlife.
Not only is Daniel Cumerlato fascinated by the spirit world, he gives tours into it, inviting people to join him as he explores haunted buildings around his home in Ontario, Canada. And the ruins of this old mansion, known as the Hermitage, is one of the most popular.
What remains was built in the 1850s by the Leith family, and out of all the locations I've gone to, it seems to have the most dark or negative energy that surrounds it.
The mansion was destroyed by fire, and the only living descendant was forced out into the streets.
So she couldn't afford to fix up her family's home, but she also didn't want to leave it. So she actually lived in a tent outside of the ruins, just her and her little crippled dog, until the day she died.
Another woman also met a tragic end here, when her lover hung himself in the mansion's carriage house. She died of heartache shortly after.
She was obviously, crushed and broken, and that energy still remains, especially at night.
The spirits of both these women haunt the grounds, united in anguish.
The history of the Hermitage area is varied. We're often asked how dangerous ghosts can get and what kind of harm they can inflict when upset. A lot of this depends on the degree of emotion that they feel.
The lure of haunted ruins proves impossible for many to resist, which is why thrill seekers flock to Daniel's tours.
The only way to describe it is negative. That dread or foreboding kind of surrounds the area.
Well, I hope we don't have too many nightmares, nothing too scary.
So on that evening in the year 2006, I had a group.
Thanks very much. Hope you guys enjoyed the tour. Time to go home.
I tell you, most of it was pretty calm. It was kind of like luring me into a false sense of security.
Come on, you guys. Time to go. Come on.
I didn't feel anything was off that night until the experience actually happened.
Come on.
I noticed two people. Now, I didn't think anything of it. I just assumed they were part of the group. And I called out to them. I said, "It's time to go. Please follow me." And they ignored me. And when I called out the second time, it was kind of like they turned a bit and they walked right into the woods. It gets darker and darker as you're heading into the woods. And the area they walked into, I was afraid they could hurt themselves. They might trip and fall. So I started running. And 2 seconds behind them, I shine a flashlight into those dark woods, and there's no one there. There's no way that I wouldn't have heard them run away or seen them try and run away if they were playing some kind of weird joke on me. It was almost like they just vanished into thin air. I was looking for any broken branches in the area where they disappeared, any footprints in the dirt, anything at all. I'm thinking I'm starting to go a little bit crazy at this point. It obviously changed from being a little bit peeved to being a little bit frightened. I ran into the overgrown part of the woods. There's like a rocky path. I'm not even sure I was fully sure what I was looking for. I felt a little bit confused all the time as my brain kind of processes through the different levels. Could they have, silently snuck away in the time that I came over? Could they have run off silently? And as I'm checking off all the boxes, it's just impossible, impossible, impossible.
Hey, come on, you guys. Come on.
So I ran after them, and when I caught up, when I saw it, I immediately got scared.
Hey, let's go, come on.
I kind of remember the shapes wearing dresses, so it kind of billowed out a little bit at the bottom. They were the same height, the same shape. Really, only way to describe it is as if they were mirrored images of each other.
Daniel wonders, are these the spirits of the two women who died on this land?
I called out to them. They had turned. They had walked into those dark woods. I'm not sure if the energies were trying to draw me into the woods.
He battles an overwhelming urge to follow the apparitions. They
disappeared into that darkness. It's almost like they were merging with it. Then it dawns on me, well, I just had a ghostly experience. That's when I took off.
I assume that spirits who seem to want to lure a person, such as Daniel, into the forest probably don't have very good intentions, and I'm happy for him that he didn't decide to follow them.
Funny thing is, I didn't tell anybody about that experience the night of, because I wanted to go over it in my head.
Daniel doesn't know why the spirits enticed him to follow, or what horrors they might have visited on him if he had. And he can't help but wonder if they will come back for him, and what their intentions might be.
Every single tour that I lead there, it crosses the back of my mind, especially when a night comes close or on the night of a full moon, but it hasn't happened.
Spirits who are trapped between two realms can be dangerous, as the Lopez family found out. They are still haunted by the memory of the ghostly children that came for their son.
If people don't believe me and tell me I'm crazy, I just tell them that wait until something like this happens to you, and then you'll realize that you're not crazy.
Rocky is likewise still shaken by his experience, but won't let it get the better of him.
We just deal so much with blocking our emotions to keep fear from getting in, because it's scary out there. And if you let fear get in even a little bit, you won't get out of your truck. So you spend a lot of time trying to block your emotions and keep fear at bay.
The vast North American wilderness is home to evil forces thought only to exist in nightmares. But the terrible creatures that roam here are all too real. Some blood-chilling horrors that stalk the forest are birthed in its darkest corners.
Go, 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 go!
Others
Travis! Quit playing around, man. Get back here.
are just visiting.
Travis!
The last thing I remember was this numbing shock. Stunning sort of a feeling. Very powerful.
Get away from me!
I was just out of my mind with fear, just screaming the whole time.
I'll tear you apart! I'll kill you!
It was like a silent horror film. Then everything went black.
November 5th, 1975, I marked time by that, you know. It marked the end of my life as I knew it and the beginning of life as I have been forced to accept it. I realize that I can't escape it.
The highest point of this remote forest sits at 7,000 feet above sea level and is known as the Mogollon Rim. Loggers have worked the area for many years and have stories to tell of strange beings that stalk this land.
A lot of other people had seen things. I had heard stories from other loggers of creatures. They called it the Mogollon Monster, named after the Mogollon Rim area. This guy was with a crew. He looked over and he saw this creature rise up from behind a log, look right at him. It turned and walked away. And he was adamant that what he'd seen was no other animal you would encounter in these woods. There were stories in the newspaper about cattle mutilation, ritualistic looking, they called them mutilations, operations, whatever, on livestock.
The oldest mutilation recorded was in the 1600s. There was 100 sheep that were mysteriously had their innards removed without any flaw to their skin or their fleece. Based on descriptions told by multiple accounts, it appears as if experimentation is going on, but there's no way to determine whether that's good or bad.
Tonight, Travis Walton and his crew are driving down an old logging road, heading home after a long day of work on the fabled rim.
It's hard, sweaty, dirty work, and you really want to hit the shower at the end of a day.
Smoke? No, come on. See yourself.
I'd known some of these other loggers on the crew, and we'd worked together in the past, but some of them I hardly knew at all.
Think the boss will be happy? He never is. Oh, man, he better be.
The road we were driving on was really rough, and, it was just more of a track than a road, and you'd really have to slow down and pick your way across it just to keep from scraping the underside of the truck. We were 15 miles from the nearest town, pretty close to the border of the Apache Indian Reservation.
And now, Travis senses they're not the only ones on this deserted road.
Hey, you guys see that? What the heck is that?
I don't know.
The first thing I recall seeing was just some little glimmers of light through the trees. You just normally don't encounter any kind of light in the forest at night. It's usually pretty pitch black.
You think maybe a plane went down, or a plane? I don't know.
It was such a remote area that to even encounter another vehicle was not that common. It wasn't fitting in with any of the casual explanations that, immediately came to mind. Could this be the sun going down? No, the sun had set a long time ago. Could this be the moon? No, the moon's over here. Could this be, somebody camping there, deer season or whatever? But the light was coming from higher than where ground level would be. The closer we got, there was a break in the trees ahead to where some of this light was shining across the road.
What is that? I have no idea. It's not a plane. What is it? I don't know.
It was definitely a curiosity where, we're prepared for about anything, because it was definitely something out of the ordinary.
Travis. Travis, what? Travis, what are you doing? Come on, man. Travis. Travis. Okay, I'm fine, Mike. Leave me alone.
My action was pretty alarming to the rest of the crew.
What is he doing? Travis! Travis, come on! God damn it. Travis! Travis, get back here! Come on, man, get back to the truck!
I was just awestruck. Just astonished. It was just sort of frightening and beautiful at the same time. The closer I got, the more I became aware of the sound it was making.
Travis! Come on!
It was a fairly strange mixture of really high and really low tones that went off the range of human hearing on the high and the low end.
Something's not right, man. You gotta get back to the truck.
I had a slowly growing awareness of the danger I was in. It was a clearly defined, metallic, shiny object giving off light and energy, and it was a very imposing sight, and no doubt about it, this is a spaceship.
The same thing that draws aliens to our planet is the same thing that draws us to others. Exploration, curiosity, sustainability of life, that's why we go. It would make sense as to why they're visiting here.
Travis! Quit playing around, man. Get back here.
The crew were swearing at me, calling me crazy, you know, telling me to get back in the truck. And I wish I had. What happened next was so unexpected.
It's been theorized that aliens prefer remote areas because they don't want to attract attention. Whatever it is that they're doing, they would want to do that in a less populated area.
Travis Walton and his co-workers are driving down a deserted logging road.
I don't like this, man. Just keep driving. What?
When he feels compelled to leave them and walk towards a mysterious light.
Come on, man. Travis, come on, man.
This was the quintessential disc shape. Two pipe hands put lip to lip, the dome on top. A saucer shape.
What do we do? Travis!
They call on to me to get back in the truck in using some rather colorful language.
Come on, man, get back to the truck!
I was just taking this in with astonishment. But, you know, the crew guys, they said it looked to them like I was under outside control.
Don't get closer, man, come on!
There's something in common with all these experiencers, and there's a reason why they're selected. There's a reason why they're lured.
Oh, God, Travis! Travis, come on, hurry! Get back here!
This thing was giving off light, but the surface itself was like glass, like it was all one surface. The sound was so high that when you turn your head, you can't really be sure of the direction it's coming from. And the low end was something you like feel in your body as much as hear with your ear.
Travis!
It suddenly got louder.
Travis! Travis!
I just dove for cover. And I jumped into a crouch behind this log.
Yeah, Travis!
And the crew was
Travis!
yelling, swearing at me to get back in the truck because they wanted us to get the hell out of there. And I was beginning to share that feeling.
It's not fine, man. Get back to the car.
And I quickly decided to run for the truck.
Travis, come on, hurry! Get back here!
So when I stood up, that triggered some kind of a discharge.
Travis!
Whatever it was, there was a blast of energy that came out of the bottom of that craft. It felt like, kind of like I'd been hit, if you've ever been tackled, blindsided when you didn't see it coming. At the same time, feeling quite a bit like an electric shock. It was so violent The crew compared it to stepping on a landmine or a grenade because it threw me through the air. Some of them said 10 feet, some of them said 20 feet. But when my body hit the ground, they said there was no evidence that I was trying to break my fall or anything. They said it was like a sack of meat, like there wasn't a bone in my body when I hit the ground. And the guy said they could feel the vibration in the truck.
Just go. Travis!
They were certain it had killed me.
He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
The last thing I remember was this sense of brightness, but it was almost immediately I was unconscious. A numbing sort of a shock, a stunning sort of a feeling. Very powerful.
Fearing for their lives, Travis's co-workers hightail it out of there as fast as they can.
I think the crew did the smartest thing. If they saw somebody get killed, why should they risk their lives to save somebody they believe is already dead? I mean, it was so violent and so obvious to them that it had killed me that I don't blame them for taking off.
They are the lucky ones. For Travis, the horror is only just beginning. Compelled to investigate a UFO in the remote forest, Travis Walton ignores his friend's pleas to return to the truck and pays the price.
Travis!
The intensity of the fear that I was experiencing right before I was hit, you know, did have me really thinking just about how foolish what I had done really was. I didn't really have time to reflect on the implications of what was happening.
Travis! He's dead. He's dead. No. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
His colleagues barely escaped the same fate.
When the crew got a little better grip on themselves, they were really, you know, having a really frantic discussion about what to do.
We gotta go back. We gotta go back from...
Mike said to the crew, look, we got to go back, and they were going to stay together, and so they all went back. His greatest fear was what my body was going to look like because of the violence of that blast. Was I even going to be in one piece? It was such a powerful thing.
Travis! Travis! Footprints.
They were able to locate the spot.
Travis!
Mike could see where my footprints had gone up towards this craft. So they knew they were in the right spot, but they yelled with the hope that maybe I would just, you know, have been nearby and maybe, you know, recovered from being stunned and could, you know, come to their calls, but that wasn't happening.
Travis!
Mike was sort of overcome with the emotional impact of the whole thing.
Travis!
Probably some guilt at having taken off like that.
We're gonna tell someone.
They debated whether to go to the authorities, and some of them did not want to involve the authorities because they felt like nobody's going to believe this. Is incredible. Nobody's going to believe this.
They have no idea just how far away Travis actually is.
When I first regained consciousness, I was in a lot of pain. I was disoriented. I really didn't know where I was. I was on a raised surface because the ceiling was close to me. But even though there was a light there, it wasn't all that bright, it hurt to open my eyes and look at the light. And my vision was blurry, and I felt, above all, like I was suffocating. I couldn't breathe. I kept breathing hard, and it hurt. I felt something was very wrong inside. I felt mortally wounded in a serious way, like something's wrong here. And I couldn't focus my eyes. It was almost like double vision, very blurry. And I could hear the sounds of movement around me. And I just thought, well, they took me to the hospital and, you know, these are the doctors.
Doctor. But he quickly realizes he is not in a hospital.
Hello? I knew there was something lying across my chest. I could hardly move. This suffocating feeling, I think, was most of where the panic came from.
Please.
The pain and the feeling of suffocation. I could make out the faces of what I thought were the doctors, but when I could finally focus, I could see I was looking into the face of this creature. And boom, I knew where I was then. I was taken aboard the spaceship.
Get away from me!
That just freaked me out. I just instantly had a shot of adrenaline that brought me the rest of the way awake. And I was in fight or flight kind of a mode. I was in total panic, total hysteria.
Travis left his colleagues in their truck and walked towards a spaceship.
There are multiple accounts of the same thing from people from all over the world. People that do not know each other, do not live in the same cultures, and they're all looking up, they're all seeing things in the sky. So it would be naive of us to think that we're alone in the universe.
Travis!
Now, he has been abducted and is surrounded by aliens.
Help! Get away from me!
The feeling of feeling trapped, the feeling of unknown in terms of what's going to happen to me. Am I dying, you know? What are these creatures going to do to me?
No one can hear his screams. His co-workers rush to the police.
Please, you gotta believe us.
But they don't buy the story they're told.
Please, you gotta believe
it's exactly what the loggers feared.
It took our friend.
The emotional impact was still fresh in their faces, and, you know, some of them were still crying. The sheriff knew something really serious had happened.
That's all. Yeah, it's the truth, but you don't think we had something to do with it?
But he began to suspect that they had murdered me, that there'd been some kind of a fight out there.
Tell me the truth. No, we didn't do anything. It wasn't me. It wasn't us.
and that this was just the craziest cover story for a disappearance of a man.
You know what? Why don't we just go to the station and let the lie detector find out?
No, we were telling the truth. I swear to you.
Okay, we're gonna go find out.
The sheriff brought in the state police lie detector expert to test them in to see if they had murdered me and made up a crazy cover story.
Meanwhile, Travis is fighting for his life.
The overwhelming impression at the time was one of total fear, total threat. I needed to move and move quickly, and it wasn't working very well. The pain I felt was centered in my head and chest. And it seemed to be a little bit associated with the need to breathe, the impaired ability to get oxygen. And when my arm contacted this being, it felt much lighter and softer than I expected. They were pursuing me. They were reaching for me.
Get away from me!
He gets himself off the table, but the danger only escalates.
I was basically out of my mind with fear, just screaming the whole time.
Get away from me! No!
I was backing away and screaming, threatening to keep him from coming any closer.
Get away from me!
Just screaming in fear, and
stay away!
And it seemed to work.
No, just stay away!
I backed up and I bumped into a shelf with some instruments laid out there. I just grabbed the biggest thing I could find and started flailing through the air.
No, I said stay away!
Screaming threats to keep him from coming any closer.
I'll tear you apart!
It doesn't work for long.
Stay away! I'll kill you! Stay back! I'll kill you!
They stopped, and then this stare. Just momentarily, they were all three staring at me. And they had huge eyes, so I felt this penetrating gaze that was it just gave me a real squirmy feeling in my head. I've had over 40 years to think about why they look the way they look and why I reacted the way I reacted. I think that these beings, people claim that they have the ability to control people, mind control, telepathy, that maybe that's what that stare was doing. But for whatever reason, that stare, that gaze, I felt very uncomfortable, and that was the focus of my nightmares in the aftermath.
It's been theorized that aliens possess the technology to use telekinesis or mind control. If an alien race is able to control the mind, they'll be able to control our thoughts.
They put this mask on my face. It's just like an oxygen mask. It had some kind of gas that they were giving me. It didn't hurt, I just blacked out real quickly.
Travis has been abducted by aliens, and his feeble attempt at escape has failed.
The Native Americans had a long tradition of interaction with what they called the sky people, going back so far as to be depicted in these rock drawings, petroglyphs.
The ancient astronaut theory has been said to be able to go as far back as ancient Mesopotamian, the Sumerian or Babylonian times. Everyone's been looking up. There is evidence of sky gods, people coming from the heavens down below. It's been around for thousands and thousands of years. Our ancestors believe we came from the sky, and we haven't stopped looking since.
With no sign of Travis, police suspect his co-workers have killed him.
Now, what have we here?
Up here! Bring a shovel.
A suspicion that deepens when they discover what could be a hastily dug grave.
You know, it really doesn't make sense. Why would anybody make up that kind of a story? The reason the dogs could not find any trail leading away from the clearing is because I did not walk away from the clearing that I was taken aboard.
There's nothing here.
While the search for Travis continues, his terrible ordeal aboard the spaceship comes to a sudden end.
When I regained consciousness, I looked to see where the light was coming from, but just as I turned to look, the light went out, and then there was the metallic reflective surface there that was unlit before it shot up into the sky. The memory of the panic that I had been experienced in the face of these strange creatures, you know, was uppermost in my mind. Those little pieces of memory, they came back as kind of like dream fragments. But even though it was dark, there was a sense of relief that this was freedom. I recognized the stretch of road, been there many, many times, and I could see the lights of the town down below. And so I just ran in that direction. Try to get some help. The first building I came to was lit. There was steam or smoke coming out of the chimney. I pounded on the door and yelled,
Help me! Help me!
and if there was anybody in there, they didn't come. And maybe with good reason. You know, you hear somebody yelling that way in the middle of the night, you might not want to come to the door. So I ran on down. I came to some phone booths.
Operator.
And in this part of the country at that time, you could just pick up the phone and talk to the operator and make a phone call. So I didn't even have to put a dime in. And I made a collect call.
He calls his family, but he doesn't get the reaction he expects.
Please, you gotta help me.
Who is this? What do you want?
My family were thinking that I'd been killed.
It's me.
And they've been getting all these prank calls, and they were just fed up with it. And my brother thought this was another one. But I yelled, "It's me, it really is me." And he understood then that this was for real. And so he says, "I'll get your brother and come and get you." And I hung up, but I must have collapsed.
Only when he's taken home does Travis realize how long he's been missing.
I had no idea how much time had gone by. My brother realized that I was thinking that this was still the same night. And so he goes, "Travis, you've been gone for 5 days." And that was such a shock. I had no idea about the crew going to the sheriff or this massive manhunt that went on for days. I knew nothing about, my family, practically giving me up for dead. None of that. I just knew what I had experienced and the trauma of that. And I'd been trying to get it out. I couldn't finish a sentence. I was just so racked with fear, and that continued for some time.
He was able to share his actual encounter with me. His story is incredible. To date, Travis Walton and the crew have taken 10 polygraph tests and have passed every single one. And they all believe that this has happened.
Some say aliens have been visiting this planet for millennia.
There's a core reality here that can't be denied.
And Travis is not the only one who has driven into the woods and encountered mysterious beings from another world.
Even looking back on it now, 17, 18 years later, I can't think of any explanation for what I saw. I can try and rationalize it every way I can, and nothing can explain what it was I witnessed that night. I still get a little creeped out thinking about it.
In 1999, Richard Parks heads out for a camping trip, thinking it's just going to be a casual getaway with some buddies.
I never had a feeling or sense about anything out of the ordinary at that campground before. It was always just a fun place to go and hang out with friends and be outdoors. It had been 2 years since I had been to the campgrounds, and I had forgotten which turn that I needed to take to get to the campground. And so at one point I had to pull over and consult my map.
Yeah, I must have missed a turn here somewhere. All right, here we go. This is the spot. Told you I knew where it was.
After we arrived at our destination, we set up our camp, pitched our tents.
When you've done that, why don't you grab some wood? We'll get that thing set up, huh? Boys, it's gonna be a good weekend.
Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Nothing struck me as odd until later on that night.
All right, guys, that's it for me. I'm hitting this hay. Good night.
That night, after everyone had retired for the night, I got up. I had a strange urge to go walking. It probably wasn't the brightest idea in the world to go out, because I don't recall being armed other than a knife. I wasn't prepared for what I found as I hiked up that trail that night. Seeing a bear would have been less unnerving and would have definitely creeped me out a lot less than what I found. It did seem like something wanted me to go up the canyon. Like I was probably being drawn up the canyon that night for whatever reason. I didn't know. I'd have to describe it as an uncontrollable restlessness. The need to go somewhere.
A lot of alien encounter stories are accompanied by unexplained movements or unexplained wandering into unfamiliar areas in the middle of the night.
Suddenly, Richard discovers he's been drawn into a mysterious part of the woods.
It is common that people are randomly activated through telekinesis, mind control, or telepathy.
I had probably hiked for about a mile. The moon wasn't offering much light into the canyon. It was very dark, it was very still. It was really quiet. There didn't seem like there was even any nightlife going on at all. I crossed a clearing off to my left of the trees that allowed me to see down into the canyon, and I noticed as I was approaching the clearing that there was some light down in the canyon. I wasn't sure what I was seeing. It wasn't moving, it was just a steady glow. So almost like someone had built a fire in the canyon, but there was no flickering. It was just a steady glow. As I came into full view of the clearing, there were what appeared to be people down there, standing in a circle. There were two pairs facing each other. They're wearing dark robes, full length with hoods. The beings standing facing each other with their arms outstretched above them to kind of form like a Y shape with their body. The thoughts going through my mind as I'm saying this is I've stumbled across some form of ritual or another.
Yet he soon realizes that this is something even more bizarre and terrifying, and that the figures before him aren't people, but entities not of this world.
The glow that I was seeing surrounding their outstretched hands and then forming a beam stretching above their heads.
It may be some sort of a power or energy source. It may actually have properties that is drawing the individual towards it.
Upon approaching them, I didn't feel like I was in any kind of danger. I wasn't really scared. I couldn't see any faces in the hoods. The glow that they had down there was illuminating everything they were doing, but I saw no faces.
Richard feels he is safe as long as they don't see him. But they do. A mysterious force drew Richard Parks from his tent to a clearing in a canyon.
It appears as if this gentleman was activated or led and lured to a specific spot away from the camp.
And he's been led to where extraterrestrial beings are performing a strange ritual.
I saw the being's hood tilt up towards me, and after a moment or two, all three of the others turned towards me, and that's when I realized that they all knew I was there. I remember the feeling of danger that overcame me. Being there in that situation with nothing but a blade on me probably contributed to the feeling of fright that I had been overcome with upon being noticed. Their attention was now on me.
But Richard can't seem to find the will to move, let alone reach for his knife.
I couldn't go anywhere. if the notion had occurred to me to run, I wasn't able to. I couldn't really tell if it was them holding me in place or if it was the fear holding me in place. It was like a silent horror film. Then everything went black. When I woke up that morning, I was partially clothed. I didn't have my boots on, I didn't have my shirt on, but I still had my jeans on. It seemed strange because I didn't remember taking anything off. I couldn't remember hiking down the canyon. I couldn't remember coming back into the campground. I didn't remember getting into my sleeping bag. I couldn't remember any part of the trip back. I felt like the things that I had seen could have been responsible for putting me back and making me forget. But at the same time, it didn't make sense, because why would I still remember them?
Their hands were like this big light.
I had told the two friends that I had come up with what happened during the night, and we all kind of got thoroughly creeped out by it. Whether they believed me or not, it was never apparent, but it creeped them out enough, and myself, that we didn't even stick around for breakfast. We took down our tents, packed up our supplies, got in the truck and left. I look back at what happened that night every once in a while as I'm flipping through old drawings and old books that I kept over the years. Nothing can explain what it was I witnessed that night, aside from some form of ritual that I had stumbled upon.
Those who have encountered entities from out of this world never forget the experience, as Travis Walton knows all too well.
The recovery process was very slow, and, every night was a nightmare. Of returning to the vision of those eyes staring, boring into me. It slowly, very slowly, it took years. It was very hard to deal with, very hard to cope with. Is there any ongoing sort of thing? Are they going to come back? That's a very haunting feeling.
When it comes to alien encounters and experiencers, it's easily comparable to post-traumatic stress. It's equivalent to a soldier who's come home from war. It's traumatizing.
This really does happen. It's real. And it's been a long, slow process adapting to try to make just surviving it become something more positive if I can.
The vast North American wilderness is home to evil forces thought only to exist in nightmares. But the terrible creatures that roam here are all too real. In the darkest and most dreadful part of the forest dwell those that hunt and those that are hunted.
That thing was close enough that you could smell it.
Run! It approached the tent. It did feel like a horror movie. We both just stared at each other.
There's someone here. We need to go now.
This was one of my greatest fears.
Go, 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 go.
I'm dead. I'm dead. This thing's got me. I'm dead.
Forests like this one in Washington State are an ideal place to go hunting. but you never know what you might run into.
You always want to be prepared. If you're heading into unknown territory, you have no idea what's about to happen. You have no idea what you're going to encounter. It's likely that you're going to come across something that isn't happy that you're there.
All of us, as we grew up, we've heard the fairy tales of the troll under the bridge and the boogeyman. So even as kids, you know, we've heard about monsters.
They live in the woods, and the woods are a scary place. I definitely think that plays into local legends. As man slowly expands and takes over more of the country, creatures have to go further and further, deeper into the woods.
Scott Taylor and his girlfriend Barbara are out for a deer hunting expedition.
I was raised in Northwest Oregon, and outdoors type of lifestyle, hunting, fishing, hiking, just enjoying being outdoors all the time. Getting out, you get the fresh air, you get some exercise, and there's just something about being able to touch nature.
I'll get this for you. Don't you worry.
But Scott already has a sense that today might not be a typical trip into the wild.
Some people call it the vibe, and it makes you want to leave.
I don't like the look of this weather.
Well, would you rather be at home? Doing laundry? Come on, let's go.
This area that we were hunting, I'd been to several times. And I went back there because we almost always saw a deer there.
Let's go.
Coming.
I've learned to respect the Pacific Northwest forests because it can kill you pretty quick. Don't take anything for granted. If you're not prepared and you don't keep your wits about you, if you take some chances, it might not turn out too well for you. So you have to be very careful and have your head in the game.
As they venture deeper into the woods, Scott finds the surroundings strangely silent.
Just a little quiet.
Well, I don't know about that. You're making a bit of noise.
It's getting thick.
Well, don't be so slow.
He is right to be apprehensive.
Will you hurry up?
Did you hear that?
No. I didn't hear anything. Come on, let's go.
It's like that weird vibe of, I shouldn't be here. I'm not comfortable here. I need to leave.
After hiking for an hour, the couple arrives at a hunting blind.
We had hiked out about 1.5 miles and then found this nice place to sit where we could see. And, you know, settled in to just watch the area and see what might turn up.
Perhaps it's better that they don't know what's out there. Scott and Barbara wait for game to appear, but the forest is eerily devoid of life today.
Yeah, I've been there probably 6 times before, and I never experienced anything other than just a benign day of sitting and watching for any deer to move around.
We can stay 15 more if you want.
No. Guess it's not our lucky day.
Typically, when there's a larger creature in the area, the smaller animals will disperse.
Yeah, let's go. Did you hear that?
Oh my God. No.
You think you're out here by yourself, and then you hear this noise, and you're like, what was that? Was that a bear? Was that a wolf? You know,
Did you see that?
it definitely can make the hair on the back of your neck stand up.
Oh, come on, let's go.
When we look at the idea of other creatures in the area, some of them have different traits. Some will follow, some will observe, some will engage. They know their territory. They know where you are, and it's really dangerous.
As they journey ever deeper in search of prey, they come across something very bizarre.
Hey, wait a second.
I noticed to my left there were a couple of piles of stones on top of each other.
What?
And I thought, that's very curious. Who would have time to waste just stacking stones up?
So some animal made a pile of rocks. So what?
No animal did this.
The stones were probably about the size of the palm of your hand. There's about 3 in each little pile stacked up, just balanced.
The fact that the creature is intentionally placing rocks in a systematic way indicates some sort of intelligence in this being.
Okay, some kids then.
So there's a purpose for it. They may be marking, they may be burying something.
Don't.
Don't what?
By disturbing the rock structure, Scott and Barbara have just provoked something they shouldn't have.
We should go.
I never experienced anything like this before.
Yeah, we should go.
We gotta get out of here.
A lot of people see the monsters, but they just don't want to talk about it. I think people are hardwired to be afraid of them.
Did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Out for a day of hunting, Scott Taylor and his girlfriend Barbara stumble upon something Scott wishes they hadn't.
Hey, wait a second.
What?
A strange rock structure.
It looked definitely out of place. It wasn't something that could happen naturally. Somebody had to put them there.
So some animal made a pile of rocks. So what?
No animal did this.
Okay, some kids then.
Barb, don't.
Don't what?
If you disturb something that is important to them, that would be the equivalent of going onto an ancient burial ground and start digging without permission. You would offend, you would upset.
That's when this preacher started vocalizing. It was an amazingly loud, whooping, woo-hoo kind of sound.
The common thing is that people say they hear whooping, and no one really knows what exactly it means, but the common thought is that it's a communication.
My mind just started clicking through all the animals that I know that are out there that make sounds. There was nothing that matched.
We should go. Let's go.
Yeah, we should go.
Scott and Barbara don't know what beast they've disturbed, but they know they've made it very angry. And the hunters are now the hunted.
I could tell there was something there, and it was moving, and it was big. You could hear the sticks pop.
As they rush to get out of there, Scott catches a terrifying glimpse of the creature.
I mean, you couldn't see any real features other than it was a great big blob. It was just very, very large, but I had nothing to really gauge its size to.
The more they run to escape the monster, the deeper they are drawn into its stalking grounds.
You okay? You okay? Come on, we gotta get out of here.
And when people hear that noise and they hear it crashing through the woods, that definitely adds to the fear factor that's involved with the sighting.
She was terrified.
Oh, sorry.
What the hell is this place? Come on, let's go.
Where we saw a creature.
Oh my God.
And Barb kind of gasped and exclaimed, what the, bleep is that? Or it stands up and it's on two legs and it has a human-looking face and is like 5 times bigger than a black bear. Then you realize what you're really seeing. Suddenly it clicked. The thing that was there, that's a Sasquatch.
Scott!
A Bigfoot encounter can happen to anyone at any time. Eyewitness sightings, there's thousands of sightings that exist and have been documented.
The idea that there's that kind of a creature that suddenly came out of myth and became real, that was the big epiphany.
Run!
And now, this hunter of legend seeks Scott and Barbara for his prey.
Run! Run!
The couple faces a terrible dilemma. If they can't outrun Bigfoot, they will have to confront him. But are their weapons enough?
The rifle I was using is a deer rifle. It's not very big. If something is as big as that thing is, that rifle probably wouldn't have done a whole lot before it could get to me.
What are we gonna do?
The moment of truth is upon them.
Looking into unknown territory, like the forest, you never know who or what you'll come across.
Scott and Barbara ventured into the woods for a leisurely hunting trip, only to find themselves the ones being hunted by the legendary Bigfoot.
When you realize that they're real and you get a feel for how big they are and how helpless we are, it sure puts things into a different perspective.
The sheer size of the creature is enough to intimidate even the biggest of people. We're talking about a creature that crosses your path that is 8 feet tall and 600 pounds. You see that and you realize, wow, this creature could do anything it wants to me and there's nothing I could do to stop it.
Now, they are about to be set upon by the angry beast and are in desperate fear for their lives. But Scott worries that shooting it will only make things worse.
And she saw the look in my eyes, which actually made her even more afraid and upset. And it was like,
It won't work.
A rifle bullet, 22 caliber, anything like that is not going to penetrate or not going to cause any damage. You would have to bring something more than the conventional weapon to defend yourself, but if you have to do that, you probably shouldn't be there in the first place.
They decide a better option is to make another run for it.
We're gonna go. We're gonna go fast, and we're gonna go quiet. You ready? Go.
I'm dead. I'm dead. This thing's got me. I'm dead.
Run!
That thing was following and was close enough that you could smell it.
There are instances where Bigfoot has acted out, chased people out of their neck of the woods.
The couple hightails it to their truck as fast as they can, with Bigfoot on their heels. They lock themselves in the vehicle, but escape is not that easy.
Typically, you find this more with hunters that are armed.
They manage to get away, but their nerve-shredding encounter with the legendary beast of the woods has altered Scott and Barbara's experience with the great outdoors forever.
Barbara, she's never gone camping since then. That's how it affected her, and that's 12 years ago. And at the same time, I don't ever want to go out there without my Marlin 4570 loaded with hot loads. I'm never coming out here again unless I have the biggest gun I own with me. I think that's a perfectly natural reaction to have to these things, and I've heard other people say the same thing.
Wherever you go in nature, all manner of blood-curdling predators may be lurking and lying in wait. As Alexa and Meredith are about to find out, not all of these malevolent beings are supernatural in origin. In fact, the most dangerous could look exactly like we do.
We decided to go on this road trip really to get to know ourselves and to sort of enjoy nature. Instead, we found absolute horror and just complete fear for our lives.
Oh my God.
This part of West Virginia richly rewards travelers with a wealth of scenic beauty. Having started out from Portland, Maine, the young women find themselves passing through in the early days of their adventure.
I figured a road trip would be fun, and I've always wanted to go out west.
She said she wanted to go on a trip out to New Mexico, and I agreed to it.
All that like Girl Scout training that we did when we were kids, we're gonna be okay.
Oh yeah. Virginia was just sort of on that path, and I'd heard that there's some pretty amazing camping out there, and it's very beautiful.
Camping was what we really wanted to do. We had both had experience camping, so we felt pretty comfortable doing it.
My boyfriend knew that I was camping, didn't know exactly where. We didn't really think that it was necessary to tell people exactly where we were going to be.
But perhaps they should have. The first sign that their trip might be headed in the wrong direction occurs when they pull into a gas station, looking to choose a campground for the night.
So White Rocks Campground, we found on a list of the national parks in the national park camping spots. There were a few in the area. We chose it simply because it was close to where we were getting off the interstate. The name sounded kind of appealing.
How about this? It's close-ish. I don't know, it could be gross.
When they talk to the locals, things go a little off.
Let's ask him. Excuse me.
We didn't know anything about any of the campsites, so it was really just, point your finger and pick one.
Hey, do you know this place?
Sure.
We met a few people from the area, and we had told them that we were going to be camping when they asked what we were doing.
Is it any good?
Compared to what?
It's about 20 miles from here, right?
You girls camping together?
What gave it away? The camping gear or the camping pants that I'm asking about?
You girls should be careful. People can be weird down here.
We were in a brand new state, brand new area, so like we're both a little like nervous. Come on, Alexa, let's go.
And they might have reason to be.
I was also kind of like, oh, a little taken aback a bit.
Typically in a small town, strangers tend to stand out. There may be predators who look for that kind of stuff. If you happen to be in a situation where you're staying in someone else's territory, it's not a good idea to tell them that you're alone. It's not a good idea to tell them where you're going.
And we just kept expecting to hear, that banjo music in the background.
Because if they don't want you to be there and they know that you're alone, they know where you are, that's giving them all the tools they need to hurt you.
We were in the middle of nowhere. We saw one house on the left when we first pulled onto the road, and then didn't see anything else.
The further along the path the women drive, the creepier it gets.
It did feel like driving into a horror movie. It felt like the Blair Witch Project, and that was one thing I kept thinking about, was I feel like those kids driving into the mountains, getting out of their car, and going into the woods with something.
As they get closer to their final destination, things don't improve.
I just remember at one point looking and seeing these men standing around a burning trash can, just kind of very eerily looking up at us as if we were in a horror movie.
What do you think this guy's doing?
Hobo?
It made me a little bit uncomfortable to see them.
My parents and friends and boyfriend told me to be careful and to follow my gut instinct, and if something didn't feel right, to turn around. And things weren't feeling that right, but I thought it was all in my head.
It made me more uncomfortable that they were just burning random stuff. And at this point, it could have been anything. So it was definitely a little nerve-wracking to see them.
These young women are starting to feel that coming out here was a bad idea.
Oh my God!
Everyone should listen to their instincts. Fear is a warning sign. If something is telling you to go back or not to be there, it's probably best that you listen to it.
Alexa and Meredith are heading out to go camping on the road trip of a lifetime. But the deeper into the woods they go, the more their sense of foreboding grows.
You girls camping together?
Okay, come on, let's go, Alexa.
There was no one thing that I could pinpoint as the reason for my nervousness. I've never felt that anxious.
It did feel like driving into a horror movie.
Now, along the home stretch to where they intend to camp for the night, things take an even darker turn.
So when we were first driving into the campground, about halfway down the road, we noticed a truck behind us. I just remember feeling a bit uncomfortable by it. It was just very strange to me, seeing as how there was nobody else on the road.
What's with this, Yahweh? It was just on the road with us. It was behind us for a few miles.
It looks like the same truck they saw at the gas station, and they wonder if they are being followed by the men they encountered there. If so, what do they want with them?
A lot of people look forward to playing with or toying with non-locals.
I kind of pushed that out of my mind. I just didn't want to freak myself out.
But they are freaking out. until the truck veers off as suddenly as it first appeared.
They eventually turned down another road, and that was it.
And I remember thinking, where's that truck going and what are they doing? There was absolutely nothing out there.
The girls hope they will feel safer once surrounded by other campers, but they learn that's not going to be the case.
We drove around the campsite to see if we saw anybody else, and there was nobody, so we just picked a spot.
When we saw that the campsite was completely abandoned, my anxiety grew a bit.
It was very creepy.
Any relief that I was feeling to be off the road was sort of taken over by that nerve-wracking feeling.
So we just looked around, listened. It was very quiet.
I guess it's not very popular. Obviously. It looks like a graveyard.
And I was thinking, like, all right, I kind of do want to get a motel.
Maybe we should go someplace else. That'll be an hour or two on the road, and it'll be pitch black by then.
And saw how low the sun was, and it was one of these things where we sort of looked at each other and said, well, we either have to set up camp right now, or we're gonna have to turn around and be on the road for another at least half hour to find another place to stay.
Well, then I guess we don't have a choice.
We decided to stay and set up camp just because it was getting so dark.
Let's do it then.
We got out of the car, so we decided to just power through it.
It felt like the minute we parked and started unpacking the tent that we were being watched. I'm pretty familiar with the woods and comfortable with being out in the woods, but it was something very unsettling about where we were. So she's setting up the tent and I'm getting the firewood. And we would both separately stop what we were doing and just listen and look around.
I was focused on setting up the tent, and I just had this feeling behind me that there was something there. And it was such an awful feeling that I'd never felt before. I felt like I was being watched pretty much the entire time. I felt the need to constantly stop what I was doing and sort of turn in a circle and survey my surroundings.
But we just kept trucking through it, just like, you know, we're already here, we've got this.
When you're alone out there, you could be a sitting target. If I was in their shoes, I would have packed up and I would have gone.
Adding to the increasing sense of unease, their phones don't work.
Hey, Mare. Yeah? Do you have reception?
No. So we're in the middle of the mountains of West Virginia with no cell service, this campsite, and it's about to get dark.
You better get that tent set up before it gets too dark.
It was very uncomfortable to know that if I needed to call anybody, I couldn't, and that there was going to be no one who knew where we were.
Meredith and Alexa truly hope they are alone in the forest, but they get the ever-growing feeling that they are not.
What was that?
Sometimes, camping alone in the woods is a bad idea. Meredith and Alexa have embarked on a cross-country road trip that so far hasn't gone as planned. And now, miles from civilization, they have an overpowering feeling they are being stalked.
We're in the middle of the mountains of West Virginia, and it's about to get dark.
If I needed to call anybody, I couldn't.
If something were to happen, no one will be able to find you.
So when we first got the campfire lit, we hoped that it was going to make us feel better. The intention was that it was going to calm us down and provide some light and let us see a bit more into the woods. The woods were so thick that even a pretty decent-sized campfire couldn't penetrate all the way. What is it?
All the flames do is make the woods around them seem even more terrifying.
I thought I heard something.
I would turn my lamp on every now and then to kind of look around the trees.
What is it? What do you see?
I had a feeling since we pulled in there, we were being watched.
Alexa?
I hadn't ever felt that feeling before. It was just a strange feeling. So I would look around the trees, thinking I'll see something. I don't know really why I felt like I had to do that.
What is it? It's nothing. Just being silly.
I'd see shadows, but it's with the light source, it's always hard to tell.
I've never been in a place where the woods were so thick.
Look, Al, the place is surrounded by dry leaves, right? No one's sneaking up on us. It's okay.
Yeah, I know.
To help calm themselves, the girls delve into an ancient practice by the light of the fire.
Alexa and I are both very familiar with tarot. It's something that we've always done as a sort of meditative thing.
Hey, want me to read your future? Not really. Oh, come on. We'll help pass the time.
Sure, whatever. We figured that if we pulled cards, it would sort of help us realize that things weren't as bad as we thought they were.
Moon card.
So I pulled the moon card, and that spoke a lot about facing your deepest subconscious fears. And it just made me very uncomfortable.
Of course, alone in the woods at night is a perfect place for subconscious fears to run wild. And if the moon card wasn't unnerving enough, the next one chills both women's blood. Death.
It was a very intense card to read at the time. And the minute I started looking at the card and thinking about what it meant, it just made the fear so much worse.
So you have to imagine, if they're using tarot cards, they already believe in a higher power or supernatural presence. If they're getting negative cards that suggest that there's something evil out there, it's already in their minds.
I was here facing complete uncertainty and complete isolation from anybody who could help us. If I hadn't been trusting my intuition at all, if I had, I probably would have realized that my anxiety was going to lead us into a bad place. It was completely still in the woods. There were no animal sounds whatsoever, no wind, no nothing.
Okay, I think we need to calm down. Let's just call it a night and leave here tomorrow super early.
The fact that we didn't tell anybody specifically where we were really started to set in when we realized that we might not even have the chance to do that, and that if anything happened, absolutely nobody would know where to even look to find us.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good to me. What are you doing? Grabbing this.
I found it unnerving, but I had to have the knife. I didn't feel comfortable going to bed without it, but I felt like it was a good idea to have it.
But the thin walls of a polyester tent aren't enough to keep them safe, whether they are armed or not. And inside the tent, their paranoia grows, along with their desperation to connect with civilization.
I tried to call my boyfriend just to see if maybe I could get through to him. I thought that it would really comfort me if I could just tell him where I was. I pressed send on the phone and it just said calling, 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 and then never connected.
We're in the middle of nowhere and our phones aren't working.
And that was a very intimidating thing to realize, that no matter what, we still couldn't call anybody. Pretty much immediately after the phone said no service, we've heard footsteps.
What was that?
It was one set of footsteps, very metered, heavy boots.
It did exactly like the sound that my boots had made, except louder and heavier.
By now, the paranoia is probably at its maximum. I can imagine two vulnerable people alone in the dark feeding off of each other's paranoia could be very scary.
Oh my God. It approached the tent, and we both turned and just stared at each other. We were looking at each other. It was almost like we're both thinking the same thing.
The fact that there was nobody else around, it wasn't like we were at a campsite where there are people walking around. It just came out of nowhere. They're getting closer, so what do I do?
Meredith decides to take control of the situation.
She moved pretty fast, really, she did. She grabbed that knife, grabbed her lamp, and then exited the tent.
One of them could make a mistake that could end up hurting the other.
There was a very intense moment where I realized that it was actually us being watched. It really reinforced my feelings of fear. And it was just this very sudden feeling of a need to protect myself and my best friend and our lives.
She may not be able to see who or what is out there. But Meredith can feel it, and it terrifies her.
Meredith, do you see anything? Feeling like I had no idea what this person in the woods was going to do or what their intention was one of the biggest fears that I had.
We were completely on our own.
Alexa and Meredith are being stalked in a deserted campground. And there's no way to call for help.
If anything happened, nobody would know where to even look.
You're in a remote area where no one knows that you're there or where you are, and you do not have access to the outside life with a cell phone. So it's very important to assess your situation, and if it is dangerous, you need to get out.
And that's when Meredith got up and took the knife and exited the tent.
Our lamps, they're not high-powered lamps. It's not a spotlight. It's not made for being able to see very long distances. It just made the shadows almost worse because you couldn't really make out what was happening in the trees around you. It sounded to me like the footsteps were just outside of the beam of my light. And when I shined the light out into the direction, the footsteps stopped. I stuck my head back into the tent, and Alexa was just sort of staring at me. We were both completely blank-faced. I've never seen someone look so afraid. She had obviously just been laying there completely still, listening and waiting for something to happen.
We need to go now. Come on.
We gotta go right now. We have to break down our stuff.
Okay, you grab the bags, I'll grab the cooler.
She mentioned leaving some of the things there to maybe save time. And in my head, that just wasn't an option.
We need to start packing up the car right now.
It was a very horrifying feeling to be doing all of this after we've heard these footsteps behind us. There was also just this very intense wave of adrenaline coursing through me.
We're taking down all of our stuff, and there's clearly someone just right over there in the woods.
Whenever I was in a position where I was vulnerable, bending down to pick something up, putting stuff in bags, I just felt this need to do it as quickly as I can. so that I can turn around and be back on alert.
And this whole time, you know, Meredith still has the knife, and I'm thinking, if something happens, this is when it's gonna happen.
And it does. Whoever has been tormenting the women ramps up his sick game.
We both were preparing for something to happen. If they go for her, I'll pick up one of the logs we had. I'd use that.
Lady! Hey, pretty lady. I got something for you. I'm coming to get you. Hey, where you go? Come on back. Come on back. I ain't done with you yet. Go. I just get started. Go. Come on, lady.
The women hope making it to their car means they're safe, though they very much doubt it.
I got something for you. Why don't you come here and see what it is?
Come on.
As they try and start the car, they realize their stalker is getting closer.
I'm coming to get you.
Come on, you can do this. Come on. Yes. Okay, wait first. Go.
Then he appears. The women outrun their pursuer, but they're very far from being out of the woods.
Do you see anything? No.
I looked over to try to see if I could see something.
As they leave the campground, they discover that their car is not the only vehicle on this deserted road.
Out of the darkness, we see these two run-down trucks.
Why are you slowing down? Let's get out of here.
Just sort of pulled off to the side of the road, and they look like they've been pulled off far enough to try and be a little bit hidden. I think that it probably was one of the trucks that we saw before. I'm guessing that they followed us and saw where we were.
Seeing those two dirty trucks there was proof enough that there was someone right there with us.
It looked as if there was somebody in the truck.
We were just panicking. We just drove out of there.
And I just felt so sick to my stomach. It felt like I was gonna vomit at any point. It was a very intense physical feeling.
Oh God, they're coming! Go faster! I'm trying! No, they're coming!
You know, my car's run down and it can't really handle a potholed, graveled road.
What? I don't know! Go there! Go!
So I'm going as fast as I can while also trying to make sure that we don't bottom out. That could have us stuck there without any way to escape. But the feeling that I was getting from whatever was out there was just so malicious and so horrifying and intense. And it's really horrifying to know that literally anything could have happened to us.
The women escape the campground and West Virginia.
It was this whole perfect lesson of how things could go very wrong and how we were just lucky enough to get right out of it.
Something really, really bad just almost happened to us.
The pair learned their lesson. Camping alone is not always as much fun as it sounds.
That's the thing I still think about is what could they have done? What could it have been? We didn't go out seeking any kind of trouble, but it found us. You know, the trouble really found us.
It's very common with the lack of police presence where strangers come and visit that someone will try and prey on an outside source.
Like Alexa and Meredith, Scott and Barbara realize that you never know when a trip into nature can turn into a living nightmare.
There are certain areas in the forest where that's their place and we don't go there. There's lots of room for things out there to hide in. People that have had an encounter with them There is a connection there, and that connection makes you want to find out more about who are they, what are they.
The vast North American wilderness is home to evil forces thought only to exist in nightmares. But the terrible creatures that roam here are all too real. Nothing beats a road trip into nature's splendor.
This is the place.
Until a fun adventure becomes a living hell.
If you stumble across a haunted road, it could be extremely dangerous.
That sounds crazy, but I physically felt that growl. And I thought for sure it was gonna charge us.
No one comes right back screaming. I couldn't believe my eyes.
I was petrified from fear. We have to go now.
Whether it's an extended camping trip or an afternoon drive in the country, road trips are part of the North American cultural fabric. The state of Oregon has some of the most beautiful wilderness in the entire United States. Wes Germer and his brother Woody have explored a lot of it.
I felt like we had been everywhere, we'd seen everything.
They've also encountered their fair share of wildlife.
Out here in the Pacific Northwest, about the only thing you run into is cougars and black bears. And that's about it. That's all I thought there was.
But Wes is about to discover that's not the case.
Once in a while, a case comes to light regarding travelers who find themselves on a road that they've never taken before, and it turns out to be dangerous.
Wes and Woody are heading out for a midnight drive to clear their heads and put recent events in perspective.
My dad had died of cancer, and I'd been out of work, and it was a rough year. Probably the worst year of my life. My brother had sent me a text and asked me if I was awake, and I told him I was, and told him to come on over. And, you know, I wear more of my heart on my sleeve than he does. And I said, you know, do you want to go for a drive? Do you just want to get out of here, go for a ride? We wanted to get out in the middle of nowhere and just go talk about things. We were on these back country roads. There was really no purpose. We weren't heading a certain direction. I'd never actually gone into this particular area. There's no cell phone reception. It's dark. It's dense forest, very, very dense forest. It's very secluded. No one really goes out there.
This is the last place in the world they expect to run into anyone or anything.
Every situation is different, depending on the entity, depending on the location. There's a lot of unknowns. Anything can happen.
Jeez. The road is a mess. There's potholes. It's eroding.
Jeez. This is impossible.
Imagine the worst road possible, and that's the road we were going down. You really can't go over like 10 miles an hour on this road. It's very treacherous. Now it's like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I really don't want to go down this road. I really don't want to get stuck out here. I'm getting tired. I'm ready to go home and wrap things up.
You think we should go back? Not really. I don't know if we can go any further, Woody. I don't know. I don't want to go home yet. I just got out here.
As they push on, Wes senses that there is something outside in the darkness.
As we came up to this game trail, I had a sense like we were being watched. I just had a sense something wasn't right, and I couldn't really put my finger on it. When he turned the car off, it's dead silent out there. You can hear a pin drop. Something's not right. Something's not right here.
Woody, we should go back.
Where do you want me to turn around?
I don't know.
Take a look.
I'd run around in these woods my whole life. Never once had a feeling like that.
Now, as Woody searches for a spot to safely maneuver the vehicle back the way they came,
Woody, what are you doing?
Wes suddenly fears for his brother's safety.
Woody, just get back in the car.
I started yelling at him to get back in the car, get back in the car.
Woody, where are you going? I gotta find somewhere to turn this around.
I told him, just listen.
You hear that? What? Woody, get back in the car. Woody, come on.
We heard footsteps coming in. There's a tree line and it's very dense forest, and you could hear something walking towards the car. It wasn't a bear, it wasn't a deer. It sounded like it was upright walking towards the car. And I couldn't place what it was. I couldn't place what was coming in. On my side of the car, you heard step, 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 stop, step, 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 stop.
Woody, get in the car.
Wes hears something else coming from the opposite direction.
So on his side of the car, you'd hear step, 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 and it sounded big. But whatever it was that night, it sounded like it was on two legs, and it didn't sound like a bear. Something wasn't right. And we're pinned down this game trail.
It's a good thing the brothers didn't venture out into the woods without weapons.
I hate to sound like a bunch of hillbillies, but we had guns in the car. I don't know if we were hunting prior to that or if we were out target shooting. And I grabbed my gun, and I grabbed his pistol and I handed it to him.
Here, take this. Did you hear that? Woody, get in the car.
Whatever is out there, it doesn't like intruders.
It's my belief that all entities are territorial by nature. If for some reason a spirit or a creature of some unknown type has laid claim to this stretch of road and objects to you using it, my advice would be to hurry off of it as quickly and safely as possible.
You could hear this thing just coming.
Woody, get in the car now.
I put one in the chamber, and my mentality at the time was if they're gonna fight, we'll give them a fight.
They might be ready for a fight, but they have no idea what is coming for them.
What is that?
You always want to be prepared. If you're heading into unknown territory, you have no idea what's about to happen. You have no idea what you're going to encounter. It's possible that you may make a wrong turn and end up somewhere where you're not supposed to be.
Wes Germer and his brother Woody head out for a quiet drive in the woods, but it doesn't go as planned.
A lot changed that night.
Now they are cornered by a mysterious presence. They can't see what it is, but it's heading right for them.
Did you hear that?
My brother goes, "Did you hear the growl?" not a growl I've ever heard before. This thing moves up about 5 or 6 feet and growls again at us. The growl that I heard the second time, it had emotion behind it. It wasn't like, like when your dog growls. It has one growl, whether it's agitated, mad, scared. Their growls don't change. This growl changed, and it sounded pissed.
Woody, get in the car now.
It growls at us a third time. And it even sounded more pissed than it did the first two. It sounded like every time it came up, it was getting more and more angry. It growls again. And I felt that growl. I physically felt that growl. And that sounds crazy, but I physically felt that growl.
Come on, let's go.
And I'm trying to tell Woody to start the car, and I want to leave. I want to go at this point. I don't want to be here anymore.
I can't turn around. I don't care, just back up.
Back up and let's go. I'm done. I'm done. Whatever's going on here, I want nothing to do. Because this wasn't a bear. It was nothing I'd ever heard.
Come on, Woody, hurry.
I look over at my brother, and his eyes are about as big as saucers. And his hands are shaking. I felt like I'd been hit with a baseball bat. I felt like I'd been hit with a sound wave. And that sounds crazy, but it's the only way I could describe the growl, almost demonic. And he starts the car, starts slowly backing up, and we're backing out of that game trail back to the main road.
Come on, Woody, go. I can't go any faster.
The brothers are terrified and still don't know what they're struggling to get away from.
And the whole time I'm thinking, please don't hit this thing, please don't hit this thing, please don't hit this thing. And I'm shaking at this point. I mean, I wish I could articulate enough how much we felt that growl, and it's so hard to articulate that.
They finally reach a spot to safely turn the vehicle around.
He drives about 20, 30 feet, and he stops the car.
But their escape is derailed when Woody is gripped by a full-fledged panic attack.
Woody, what's wrong with you?
I start yelling at him. What are you doing? Why are we stopping? He said, I can't drive. I need a minute. I need a minute to, and his hands were shaking to me. I just need a minute.
But stopping in the middle of nowhere is not a good idea. Now they are sitting ducks.
I can't drive. Okay, Woody, just breathe. Woody, breathe, relax.
I can't tell you how long we sat there, but I look over at Woody, and he leans over to me, and he says, do you see this? Do you see what I'm looking at?
What is that? Look. What is that? What is that?
And it was looking at us, and it was very jerky motions. It would shift from one side to the other. We could hear the same breathing. I don't know how to describe the breathing. It sounded like Darth Vader. It sounded like a sick bear. It would breathe in just as hard as it would breathe out. I'm starting to freak out at this point, and I'm thinking my mind's getting the best of me.
Wes soon realizes there is more to be afraid of than what's in front of them. Because whatever it is, it's not alone.
We're surrounded.
My brother leaned over to me and he said, I think we're being surrounded again. Something's behind the car. I could see like a black flash behind the car. I couldn't tell you how big it was, I just see a flash. We both looked back out the window. The thing's gone. Whatever it was just gone. It wasn't there anymore. And I just said, you know what, I don't want to be here anymore. I want to leave. Let's go. I'm done.
Woody,
Right as we were getting ready to take off.
Drive now.
Just as suddenly as it disappeared, the creature is back, and angrier than ever.
This thing stepped out in the road. And it was the biggest thing I'd ever seen in my life. It was huge. It stood about 9.5 feet tall. I didn't really know what we were looking at the time. I was thinking monster. It had huge arms. The one thing that caught my attention the most was the shoulders on this thing. The shoulders were just wide. I couldn't believe how big the shoulders were on this thing.
Shocked as they are, the brothers realized what they're up against.
It was Bigfoot.
Bigfoot, like any creature, are territorial. They want control of their area, so any intrusions or anything uninvited, they are going to do whatever they need to do to stop that.
And I thought for sure it was going to charge us. I was sitting there thinking it was going to charge us. And we still had our guns out, and I'm thinking, please don't charge the car. Please don't charge the car.
We have to go now.
Wes Germer and his brother Woody head out for a midnight drive to the middle of nowhere. And now, they are face to face with an angry Bigfoot.
Every culture on every continent seems to have a legend of something we would associate as being a Bigfoot. Anybody who goes out in a fairly remote part of the woods does have a chance to run into a creature like this because they are pretty much all over the place. There are vast forests in the state of Washington and the Pacific Northwest and up into Canada. Who can say what lives in there? There have been reports of violent acts by Sasquatch. There have been reports of hunters gone missing, of hunters found brutally killed, and there's a lot of big barefoot type footprints in the area. No amount of survival skills that you have can ever prepare you for being in the presence of something huge in the middle of the woods at night that could rip your lungs out.
The brothers are alone against the legendary beast. And even though they are armed, it won't do much good.
There's no way a bullet is gonna get through that thing.
The common gun or rifle used to hunt small game and animal life may not be adequate enough to take on a creature 3 to 4 times the size of a moose.
That's gonna shred us apart, Woody.
You need to assess the situation. It is likely that if you engage and you're unable to defeat, that you're just going to agitate it, you're just going to make it more angry, and you're going to make your situation a hell of a lot worse.
What do we do, Woody? We gotta go.
Woody was saying he wanted to leave, he wanted to go, and I was saying, don't drive past this thing, don't drive past this thing. Please don't drive past this thing.
That's gonna shred right through our car.
This is the only road in and out of this place, so it's not like we can just turn around and go the opposite way. We now have to go past this thing to get out of here. I'm begging him, don't drive past this thing.
We gotta drive past it. We have no choice.
And the biggest fear I had was it would grab the side of the car and flip it over.
That's gonna tear the car apart.
If Wes and Woody think they're in trouble now, they haven't seen anything yet.
And as we're sitting there, all our attention is on this thing, and out of the corner of my eye, I see this other one.
There's 2.
Now, they are confronted with 2 threatening Bigfoots.
I would say was female, but I don't know.
They think it must be Bigfoot's mate, and nothing is more dangerous than a beast protecting its partner.
Bigfoot could be a combination between a creature, an animal, and a human. We do know that a creature or an animal will protect their den, and we do know that a human will protect their family. So imagine a combination of both and you disturbing their family. They will do everything that they need to do to protect their family above anything else.
What do you want me to do?
He went down to all 4s, but it wasn't like you would see a person get down to all 4s. It was like that. He was down on all 4s, just collapsed like a spider. And he crawled down to the middle of the road I still had my finger on the trigger, and my hands were shaking.
Woody, drive. Drive, Woody.
It sounds crazy, man. That's what happened. It jumps across the road like a trampoline, and then he went off into the bushes, and he was gone.
Bigfoot and his mate might be gone.
Drive, Woody.
But they could come back any second.
And I told Woody, go, 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 get us out of here, go, go, go. We ended up doing like 60 miles an hour down this mountain. To this day, I don't know how we didn't crash, but we just gunned it down this mountain.
As horrifying as the encounter was, Woody insists on returning in search of proof of what they've seen. It's the last thing Wes wants to do, but he can't let his brother go out there alone.
It was about a month later we went back. And my brother had dragged me up there, and I really didn't want to be there. I never got out of the car. I refused to get out of the car. He actually found a footprint.
Check this out.
Going up the area, almost where our car had been parked, you'd see where it had actually gone back up, and it was going up the mountain, and it was just a one footprint right in the mud. It had 5 toes and was really wide and boxy.
Come on, Woody, I want to go home.
Even though their adventure only lasted a few hours, it has an enduring impact.
For the first couple months, I would have nightmares about the encounter. Every time I closed my eyes, I would hear the growl, or I would see it in the road.
We have to go.
It was traumatizing, to say the least.
Wes and Woody's road trip took a terrifying turn. And now, Seth, his wife, and her nephew have invited John Amon along for a weekend getaway into the woods, not knowing the danger that awaits them.
I think some entities or ghosts, spirit people, creatures, they prefer the wilderness as opposed to a more urban setting. They prefer the sense of solitude.
My friend Seth just asked me if I wanted to go camping with him and his wife at the time. I usually hung out with Seth at his house drinking and watching games. His wife had a brother who was in jail and had a kid named Owen. I had met Owen a couple times and I liked him, and he liked to hang out with me. I liked to make him laugh.
Hey, Owen, you forgot your bag.
They had gone camping several times in this area before. I'm not used to camping in this area, so they knew where all the hidden spots were and whatnot. I was just excited to go camping and have a good time.
Can I eat these?
No, I doubt it. They don't taste very good, and they'll probably kill you.
Okay.
But they soon discover their road trip has led them to the middle of nowhere, and they are not welcome. John Amon decides to tag along on a camping trip with his friend Seth, Seth's wife, and her nephew Owen. But they've gone further off the trail than they should have. And they are not alone.
The likelihood of entities being attracted to a vacationer in the wilderness, at a cabin or a campground, say, it's likely because that is their home turf. They are territorial.
the place? Let's start setting up.
I'd been in the military and Boy Scouts when I was younger, so I was showing them how to build a campfire.
So, wanna set it up like a teepee like this, eh?
He was enjoying himself.
We're gonna need some more wood.
Race you!
Hey, Owen, be careful, buddy.
But running off into this uncharted forest is not a good idea.
Don't worry, I got him. Owen! Hey, wait for me! Owen!
He ran up to the top of the hill. I told him not to go over the hill.
Owen doesn't listen. Maybe he should have.
Owen!
And he can't go too far because he's little.
Owen!
We had trails that weren't too worn down, and the woods were partially old growth.
Owen!
Thicker than what you normally have.
This isn't funny!
You could tell that people usually didn't go up there.
Owen! 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 Come on! Come on, this isn't a joke!
Fearing the child is lost, John returns to the campsite to give his friends the bad news.
I lost Owen. I don't know where he is.
Owen comes right back screaming.
Oh my God, Owen!
And we didn't know what was going on because he was crying and screaming.
Oh, hey!
Jumped in Seth's arms and we were trying to figure out what was going on.
Hey, what's wrong?
You okay?
When he finally started getting out the words, we couldn't understand him.
It's okay, you can tell us.
And then we kept hearing bam.
A vampire! I saw a vampire over there!
Vampire is a being who insists on feeding off the living.
Are you sure that's what you saw?
There was a vampire over there, and we're like, there's not a vampire over there.
Especially since, according to legend, vampires only come out at night.
Maybe it was just the shadows, you know?
We thought he had an active imagination or saw something, and his imagination made him think it was something else.
You know what? We could go take a look. Yeah, let's go take a look.
No!
Yeah.
No!
Let's go take a look.
No.
Here, look, come on. There's nothing to be afraid of. Come on. Come on, it's okay. I'll show you. Look, see? Nothing here. Yeah.
John and Seth take Owen back to the spot where he claims he saw the creature.
It's often been speculated that vampires are not so much humans, but creatures. If they are a dying race, it would make sense, like the Bigfoot, for them to hide in remote areas to preserve their race, to continue living.
We went and looked, and we didn't see anybody.
See? See, look.
As a group, trying not to laugh at him and trying to be serious about it and telling him, see, there's nothing over there.
It's just your imagination, you know?
And he was adamant that he had seen a vampire. We had no idea what was going on with him.
Just because they can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. Now, night is falling. Despite Owen's fear, they stick to their plans to camp overnight, though it may be unwise.
Entities are assumed to be drawn to campsites for the remoteness. Most entities will prefer the wilderness over populated areas. It would make sense for the vampire to be territorial as well.
We had built a campfire. We were having a pretty good time.
Everyone, that is, except Owen. He is scared and miserable.
We were making s'mores and roasting marshmallows with Owen, trying to have him have a good time.
You want a s'more?
I want to go home.
Yeah, maybe you should take him home. John and I can stay behind and clean up. We'll follow.
Sure. Ready to go?
Owen left with Seth's wife. Seth and I had packed up. We start going down the trail when we get to the main asphalt road and start driving.
Whoa, what the hell? What? Did you see that? See what? The guy in the cape.
He's like, there's a guy standing at the side of the road in a cape. I start laughing at him. I'm like, yeah, right. And there's nobody at the side of the road in a cape.
What are you talking about?
I'm telling you.
Okay, dude, you're seeing things, man.
No, I know what I saw.
Okay.
Seth's kind of like, if you don't believe him, he's got to prove that something happened.
Look, fine, I'll prove it to you.
Prove it.
Turning back is not a good idea.
Ooh, scary.
Shut up.
Why would anybody be at the side of the road in a cape?
No one here but us vampires.
I was pretty sarcastic when we turned around. There was nothing there at first. I'm like, oh, wow, look at this. There's a whole lot of nothing out here. Trying to get him a little pissed off, making fun of him.
I don't see anything.
He wasn't saying anything. I had pretty much pissed him off by that point. We're looking around, and when we turned back around, he was standing there.
We should go now!
When I saw him, I couldn't believe my eyes.
John Amon heads out on a road trip with his friends and their nephew. But the adventure is cut short when the boy thinks he sees a vampire.
I saw a vampire over there.
And now, John and Seth are alone on a deserted road.
Whoa, what the hell?
Facing the terrifying creature.
He was standing there in like a Victorian-style coat, and head was shaking back and forth rapidly. And we just stare at him for a while, not believing what we're seeing. And Seth and I don't talk to each other. We're just staring at this guy. He's shaking his head.
So imagine a vampire who has a thirst for blood. And you are in an environment in the middle of nowhere, and you encounter one of these. That is a very dangerous situation.
Just standing there, his head's just shaking back and forth really fast. After a couple seconds, I tell Seth,
I think we should go.
I think we need to go now. And all of a sudden he stops and he just starts looking at us, grinning. A very uneasy feeling that he was giving off. He was just looking at us through the top of his eyes and just kind of grinning. So we could see as deep as like he was a predator and we were the prey, like he was going to come after us.
We should go now!
As soon as I say that, this guy starts taking off and starts chasing right at us.
Get it!
Unfortunately, Seth, instead of fixing his engines, he likes to throw an old engine in there.
Come on!
Seth hits the gas.
Where'd it go? Oh my God!
We were trying to get out of there.
Somebody! I'm going!
He started sprinting.
No matter how fast they drive, they can't seem to escape.
And it seemed like it was easy for him to keep up.
Come on, man!
He wasn't panting or anything, he was just grinning at us the whole time. Seth starts going about 45, 50.
Go!
He was keeping up the whole time.
Yeah, come on, go, go! Is it still there? Is it still there?
According to legend, these creatures are strong, they're fast, they can phase, they can disappear and reappear instantly.
Come on! There's no way!
I look behind the Jeep and I don't see anybody.
Is he there?
Seth's trying to drive and look around. He doesn't see him.
I can't see him! No!
Seth's like, where did he go? We don't see him anywhere.
Did you see that?
Next thing I know, I see the guy running right up the next side of the Jeep, right next to Seth. I start screaming, we need to go, we need to go. And this guy, he's not even panting, he's just running alongside the Jeep, staring with the same stare that he stared at us from the woods. And Seth looks and he screams. And he's still hitting the gas. We're finally getting some acceleration going. They're screaming our heads off. I'm glad he's not on my side. I look at him like, where did he go? And Seth looks at me and says, I don't know where he went. Where did he go? Owen said he saw a vampire. So I'm gonna assume that he saw the guy wearing the cape out there in the middle of the woods. Don't know what Owen saw, but I know what we saw.
We should go now!
John and Seth's road trip is a horrifying experience.
I haven't seen anything like that before, or ever.
And now, two brothers, Keegan and Colin Cool, are headed out for a drive down another isolated road and into a rendezvous with terror. This stretch through the outskirts of Kiowa, Colorado, has a dark history. A teenage girl lost her life here.
1997, a bunch of teens rolled their car and one died on the spot.
They say the ghost of the girl haunts the road. Keegan and Colin have come to see for themselves.
If you go poking around into something you do not understand, expect to have negative effects. You don't know what you're getting to. Without proper research and planning, I do not recommend you going in and investigate anything without fully understanding what it is that's going on.
I can't even explain what it was. It was just a weird kind of...
Feels weird out here.
Experience for me.
Ghost Road is haunted, but it's not what people expect.
What the hell was that?
We do not understand how paranormal works. We do have a lot of information that it exists. It could be dangerous, extremely dangerous. We don't know. At any given second, it could turn. It could be violent.
Decades ago, a road trip took the life of a teenage girl. Brothers Colin and Keegan are taking a drive to see if her ghost haunts the place where she died.
There's an older theory that suggests that certain energies, emotions are imprinted on the environment. And when the right person comes along among the living, their brain somehow tunes into that recording, if you will, that plays over and over and over again in the environment.
It's just farmland, nothing else. It's just dirt road, and there's nothing around there. That feeling I got that day, it was more of me being tense, kind of shaky. It was still in the chest, and it was more constricting, and it's really hard to explain. Feels weird out here. Yeah, I know. I was shocked that such a strong sadness that I felt was backed up by this cross. We were actually looking at a place where someone died.
According to studies, most of the hauntings are geared around the areas where the deaths have happened.
Not only is the spirit of the teenage girl stalking this road, it's said the ghost of what killed her roams here too.
You feel this overwhelming sense of sadness, and you don't know if maybe the spirit's projecting that onto you, or if you're just emotionally tied into the scenario of a young person being killed at that very spot that you're at. You hear that? We actually heard a girl scream. And so we kind of jumped and looked, but there was no one else there.
What the hell was that?
You could feel more of a heaviness in the air.
You feel that?
And so it went from being a sadness more to kind of like an eerie, you're kind of just waiting, feeling like something's going to happen. We started noticing the atmosphere start to change.
There's something out here.
That's when we started hearing this like sound, and it sounded really close. And you look to your right, you look to your left, nothing. You look behind you, nothing. So you're like, all right, I hear it, but I don't see it. That sound just grew louder and louder. All of a sudden you see this truck, and we're like, how did that get there? How did we not notice it coming up, you know? We started just kind of staring at this, and the inside cab light was completely on, but there was no one driving it.
This is the truck that struck and killed the teenage girl. Now, it's coming for Colin and Keegan.
Felt like it wanted us to go to it, like it was kind of beckoning at us. Is it trying to like kill us? Is it trying to gather more souls or something like that? We had nothing to protect us. We were in the middle of nowhere. Phones weren't working, nothing. We were stunned.
As terrified as they are unable to move. It's as though they are entranced.
I was petrified from fear. We're gonna die. And it slowly drove up. It was slowing down to a crawl. It was moving closer and closer. And all of a sudden, it was just gone.
Keegan and Colin have no idea what the truck was doing there that night, but it's enough to deter them from ever returning to the area.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah. It hurts your insides just thinking about it. I've actually thrown up because it's so dark and it hurts your stomach.
After their road trip leads Wes and his brother to an encounter with Bigfoot.
We have to go now.
His passion for the great outdoors is finished.
I gave up hunting. For the most part, I gave up camping. I'll go every once in a while, but not like I used to. Not a big fan of hiking. It's changed my worldview. It made me realize that maybe we don't know everything that's out there.
The danger of stumbling across a road that is haunted is that you're intruding on somebody's space. So you have to be very careful, because in worst cases, that could become a trap.
And John thinks twice about going on a road trip, unarmed.
Come on!
Ever again.
Just know I'm not going camping without something with me.